greetings and welcome.
Welcome.
We are Let's Learn This Together. I'm Aaron Craig,
I'm Zach Calvo.
and this is the E3 live stream coverage covering E3. I'll say that. So, if you're not familiar with E3, it's the Electronics Entertainment Expo, which is essentially all for video games. They do a ton of new trailers, they do a ton of reveals, they talk about what they're going to be coming out with in the next, I guess, the later half of this year. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of really cool stuff. And what I wanted to do was cover that from a game developer and a fan standpoint.
Consumer here.
So I've always wanted to go to E3, but a certain world event has canceled most in-person things. So instead, we're going to do it digital. We've got E3 pulled up. We're going to be talking about it. Unfortunately, it looks like the E3 website is not working so well. I don't know if you've tried to get in or not, but every single web page is throwing up an error. Can't log in.
Yeah.
It looks like maybe we might be getting something up.
Yeah, looks like we got a countdown timer on their YouTube channel for the stream. Approximately 23 minutes and 30 seconds until we go live on that. So,
All right. So we'll throw up the schedule here in just a moment talking about it, but I think the first big event is going to be at 11. So we have about 53 minutes before the next big show happens. When that's happening, we're just going to pretty much full screen it for you guys, and we're just going to watch right along with you. When it's done, we'll do some commentary. We'll talk about it. We might go play back and talk about specific things or games that we're excited about.
yes.
There's going to be a lot of stuff. So, yeah, go ahead and join us. And it's going to be fun. All right. So, first thing, before E3 is actually getting started, what happened this last week was, I think, Summer Games Fest, which was kind of like a prelude to E3. There was a lot of new trailers that dropped, a lot of new games announced. So, what we're going to do is bring up some of those ones that we're excited about, and we're going to watch through those together. So, I'm going to find a couple that I want to talk about. And then we'll throw those up and we can watch them together if you haven't seen them yet already. So E3 does have a website. If you want to log in, you can create an account. Like I said, it's not the best. It looks like it's kind of garbage at the moment. Hopefully they pick it up and actually get something working. It's supposed to have tons of special events and booths, like virtual booths that you can visit, but I can't even log into the website, let alone visit a virtual booth. So I don't really see that happening.
Yeah, it's straight up just telling me service is not available. Kind of disappointed there. But I'm sure they will get it up and going. There's probably just a lot of people trying to log in all at the same time.
All right. We have a man behind the camera. So, Tyrion, I'm going to go ahead and I'm throwing up some trailers for you to put onto the stream right now. First one we're going to look at is called 2 Point Campus. Now, I have not actually looked at I haven't looked at really any of these yet, but I know the name from some of them because they've been announced before. Now, if you're not familiar with 2 Point, the original game I think was called 2 Point Hospital, and my wife was actually a huge fan of that. So it originally came out probably like late 90s, really old school, and then they just did a remake of it a few years ago, which I think is on Xbox Arcade, and now it looks like they're coming out with a college edition. So Tyrion, let me know when you've got that up and playing, and I'll keep looking to see what else we can find here.
Okay, got it ready?
All right, here we go.
Hi, and welcome to a very quick sneak peek look at 2 Point Campus.
If you're not familiar with 2 Point games, think fun simulation management with a very particular 2
Tyrion,
point
scale the
twist.
frame. I think it might be
In
off.
campus, you'll get to design and run your very own university.
But rather than boring courses, we're giving you the opportunity to teach your students very unusual classes, like night school.
In this one, you'll be teaching your students heraldry, chivalry, jousting, and how to walk around in that really heavy armor.
Here we're building the training area for our
I
respective
probably
knights.
should have done
We watched a ton of live streams of 2 Point Hospital.
I mean, I
saw
do
what people were
have,
vibing with, and we've
my
added a
wireless,
ton
but
of
for
new
whatever
creative
reason-
tools for campus that will let you build outside, create new buildings, landscape, and place trees and pathways.
Here you can see some of our night school students warming up with some practice dummies. If they can nail their classes, they'll get themselves straight A's. But if they don't have everything they need, great teachers, great equipment, and of course a great social life, they may fail.
It's just a super quick peek, but that's just a taste of what's to come in 2 Point Campus, which is out in 2022. If you sign up on our website at 2pointcampus.com, you can get yourself a free in-game item when the game launches. Lovely.
Nice. Yeah, 2 Point Campus. So if you enjoy those kind of simulators, this one, it's more of like a management game, but if you enjoy that, 2 Point is a really great just game. I guess they have several now, so it's a really great game for that. 2 Point looks like it could be a lot of fun.
It looks pretty laid back, at least compared to some of the more management style games that I like to play. I'm very much into the Total War series where you're managing cities, and then you go into the RTS stuff with armies and all kinds of stuff like that. So this would definitely be more of like a pastime. I don't really want to think too hard about it type of thing.
Yeah, RTS is fun though.
Very fun.
That's what I enjoy. All right. So if you've never heard, so the next one we're going to watch is called Elden Ring. Now, Elden Ring is a game from, I believe, George R.R. Martin. So behind Game of Thrones, the whole phenomenon that was Game of Thrones. I didn't get into it. Zach did, though, right?
I did. I watched all the way to the disappointing end.
I've heard enough about that. So Elden Ring is from Martin, I think it's from Software. So it's going to be essentially lore-heavy Dark Souls, which if you've played Dark Souls, that's what Dark Souls is. So let's just go ahead and take a look. They haven't announced much yet so far, and I have not seen this trailer. So let's go ahead and check it out and see if it's any better, if they have any more information on it. Tyrion, go and bring that up.
The tarnished will soon return, guided by grace once lost. The Golden Order is broken to its core.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition. Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight, and they will die. In an unending curse. For how else is a champion or a lord to be born?
Well, a lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee now.
brandish the Elden Ring. For all of us.
All right.
Wow. That looks like a lot of fun.
So one thing that the Souls games have always had is beauty to them. Like, even if you don't enjoy the darkness of them, like they are just visually really dark, but then also story-wise they're quite grim and very very sad. But they're beautiful, and they always have spectacular monsters because that's what it is. It's a big boss fight, just several different boss fights. Now, Elden Ring here, again, I mean, I see very little in terms of anything besides the gameplay, which a lot of times is great. And that's what Souls games are. So I played through Souls 1, 2, and 3. I've beaten 3, got stuck on 1, and only did a little bit of 2. And you haven't touched them, right?
I haven't played any of them, but this looks like a lot of fun. What I assume were bosses just begs me to ask one question, which is co-op question mark.
There has not been a co-op. So I guess Souls games do have co-op. They have an ability where you can leave you can leave a marker to ask for help, and then people can come in to your aid.
That's really cool.
The only way I was able to beat a couple of the bosses, not gonna lie. But they don't have like full-on co-op. If they did, that would be something really cool, I think. But Dark Souls genre is something I enjoy. A lot of people don't, and I know that there's some debate about there whether Souls games should actually have an easy mode, which isn't entirely is another topic for another day. But this game looks like it'll be quite a bit of fun and really, really challenging. Which sometimes I just like to sit down and die 1,000 times in an evening. It soothes me. Most people it doesn't, but it does soothe me a little bit. Not gonna lie. Let's see what else. So where's E3 at, guys? Where are we at? Is their website working at all?
Nope, it is still not letting me in. So hopefully the rest of you are having much better luck getting logged into the site. We are at about 12 minutes left until the E3 2021 begins.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna look at one more trailer. Oh, probably a few more. But the next one I'm gonna bring up is called Lost Ark. I don't actually know anything about this, and I have not seen this, so I don't know anything about it. Besides that, this is a popular Korean MMO action RPG is coming to the West. Okay. So, big MMO coming to us. Let's go ahead and check it out.
The Lost Ark is now but a myth. A relic from the half-remembered Chain War.
Make sure you give us the countdown. All right.
Wow. So Tyrion, our awesome friend person behind the chair over there, behind the camera, said it best with this trailer that it looks like it is an RTS put inside of an MMO. So
Definitely StarCraft. If you haven't played StarCraft, they're pulling a lot of aesthetics from there. Like, I definitely saw some Hydralisks and some Zerglings, like, straight up. Just absolutely.
I was thinking that too. You ever have that happen where you see like a game that looks like it has elements of different movies or different games put inside it? If you do, comment that below. Let us know what game that is for you. But for me, yeah, I saw some StarCraft. There was some like tentacle arms that reminded me of like the Sentinels from the Matrix series. There was also some artwork that reminded me a little bit of Final Fantasy. So a lot of different elements going on for me as well.
Yeah. Now, I'm a big MMO guy. I really like trying them out. I rarely get too deep into them. Probably the biggest one that I've played, and I'm not sure about you, is probably Elder Scrolls Online, just because I actually had a good group. So we played that for a couple years, got into the end stages. I enjoyed that a lot. For the most part, though, I really like just starting new MMOs because almost every single one has a different action system, different abilities, and it's just a lot of fun to experiment with. But after you get past that like initial grind, there's like the initial fun phase where like, oh, I leveled up 10 times in an hour. It's like then it's 10 hours to level up once, and it's okay, maybe not so much.
It's how they hook you.
Yeah.
They make the first 10 levels pretty attainable and easy, and then you're like, all right, I'm hooked. So,
yeah. That's true. So sometimes, I mean, I just enjoy playing new MMOs. This is definitely one I'll check out just because it looks like fun. Korean MMOs, from what I've heard, tend to be a lot of pay to win once you get into the later stages. But early on, that doesn't really affect anything because no one's really winning before you're like level 30. Like, you know, whatever. You're not losing anything, not much time, so that's fine. But that one looks like it could be a lot of fun for sure. All right, we're gonna bring up another one from Summer Games Fest called Endless Dungeon.
Sounds like a dungeon crawler just based off the title.
Yep. Again, we're going into these blind, just like maybe you already went through and watched everything on here. But so let's read the description here. Learn the rules on how to win, including knowing your... Okay, that sounds boring. Okay. It looks like it might be a sequel for Dungeon of the Endless, which is not a very... So you go from Dungeon of the Endless to Endless Dungeon. Not exactly...
There's a lot of creativity there.
Yeah. Give him some awards, guys. But let's check this out. This could be pretty good.
We're stuck in this wreck until everybody learns the rules. Yep, all of them. Rule number 1. Certain weapons work better on certain monsters. Learn it or die. Oh, option B then. Rule number 2. Use turrets to protect that unstable dust bomb we call the crystal. Because it's their catnip. And if it goes, you go. Yep, just like that. Rule number 3. Watch your squad. Even if you've got the guns, the turrets, and the crystal, you can't do everything by yourself. If you fight alone, you die alone. Together again. And rule number 4? Well, if you've got all that going, but you still can't win, you gotta change the squad. Tag team. I'm in.
Nice. So, that looks like it could be fun.
Looks like it could be a lot of fun. I've never actually played a game like that, but to me that looks like fun. I am definitely in on trying that out.
Yeah. I think that's one that we should definitely check out. I enjoy tower defense games quite a bit. Yeah, when I first got an iPhone, Field Runners was the first game I played. I like tower defense games. What was that one that we played for a while together?
That was, I think, Dungeon Defenders?
Dungeon Defenders. That was a
Yes.
lot of fun. So that was action tower defense game with some RPG elements thrown in there.
It's more of a third-person view.
Yeah, but that one was a lot of fun too. We spent quite a few hours playing that.
We did.
So this is definitely one that I can see getting behind. Definitely has like a Borderlands sarcasm to the wind feel, and it kind of looks, I don't know. The cutscene style definitely kind of reminds me of like Overwatch.
That's what I was thinking too. I was getting some Blizzard vibes from that.
Yeah. First impression though is if there's only 4 classes on a tower defense game where the entire idea is to adapt your squad so that you can survive situations, it's lacking. I don't know.
Well, Dungeon Defenders is kind of that way. I think there was only 4 classes you can play it in that.
I think in the original, yes, they added DLC for more.
Okay.
And in Dungeon Defenders 2, when it worked, they had a lot more.
When it worked. That was part of the reason why we spent lots of hours was we kept getting booted off the server.
Yeah, DD2 was a big mess. It was kind of an upgrade, but mostly it was a downgrade in terms of actual work because it just yeah.
The budget ran out on connectivity.
They made the game, but didn't make it so you could play it. Not exactly a winning formula there. But when you design a new character for a game like that, there's a lot that goes into it. Like there's a lot from a design perspective. Like I actually just put out a video talking about code coupling and that interdependency, and that idea reigns true when you're designing a new character. There's balance there, and there's also ways to break the game. Like if you introduce a new ability, all of a sudden you have to make sure that ability works with everyone else, and that it doesn't break the game when you use it with X character's ability. And so designing a character, it might seem easy, but once you have more, there's a lot to it. So, all right, I found another one called Tales of Arise. Let's take a look at this. So if this is from the Tales series, I'm super excited. The Tales games go back a long ways. My first real introduction to it was Tales of Symphonia. You ever play that?
I've never played any of this.
Oh man, Tales of Symphonia is legitimately one of the most epic games I've ever played. So it's on GameCube. It's got 2 discs, and it's well over 60 hours of gameplay if you actually want to explore the world. It is multi-world spanning. It's got incredible characters and an awesome story. So I remember this from when I was pretty young. So the Tales games to me have a special place in my heart. I haven't played too many of the other ones, but if this is a Tales game, then it's definitely worth checking out. So here is Tales of Arise.
Pretty fancy place they got here.
Harmony and coexistence between the Renans and the Danans.
I'm Dohalim Ilkaris. Should you need my skills on the battlefield, all I care for is maintaining peace.
I'm Captain Kisara of the Elder Menancia Guard. Ha! Flare the Militia! From now on, when I fight to protect my dream.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger.
The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true.
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Been looking for you.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! This is Danon's realm and it's ours, understand?
Is it over?
It's only just begun.
Nice.
Well, now I'm now I'm in. I'm interested in this series. I didn't realize it was a JRPG, and I definitely enjoy those. My first exposure to them was, I think, Final Fantasy X.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's long in the series there. But yeah, that's fair. That's a big, Tales are JRPGs, but the one that I'm familiar with, Symphonia, is not. It doesn't have all of the downsides of a JRPG. So I'm going through the original Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 1 right now with my brother, and I'm at the very end, and I'm playing through it on a really stupid way. So in the original Final Fantasy games, you can choose the classes of your 4 characters, right? Like mage, fighter, thief. So I went and chose 4 black mages, which, is kind of ridiculous, but it has worked for me. I can destroy groups of enemies in one spell blast, and it's pretty fun. But when it comes to a boss, it's pretty tough. But that game and a lot of the early Final Fantasy games and other JRPGs have an intense amount of grinding in them.
They do.
So you spend 10 hours to be able to move up to the next story beat because you have to grind. So hopefully that, some of that is being beaten out, because there's I don't know. Sometimes grinding can be fun. Like if the game is done well, it's okay. But a lot of times it's there just to extend the runtime. To be able to say, oh, this is a 40-hour game or a 60-hour game, when really it's a 12-hour game without grinding. Right. That, I think, is garbage. But it's also, some people just enjoy that. So, that's okay. Now, it sounds like E3 is getting underway. They're at least bringing something up. It looks like they're just kicking off with a trailer they've already played before, and I believe that there's just going to be some commentary from whoever it is. So, I'm not exactly going to put their commentary onto our commentary. I think that sounds kind of boring, but let's go ahead and bring up the E3 stream, see what it is. If it is just going to be other people talking, then I'm going to give them the boot so you can listen to us talk, because that's way more entertaining.
We're so much better.
Yeah. So let's check out where they're at, what's happening, and see if it's worth tuning into. We'll go ahead and go there.
So it looks like right now we're just getting them shouting out their socials.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I see people on screen, but it is just people. So let's take a look. All right. So we're going to check out what's going on here. So today, we're still on, right? Yeah, we're still going. Okay. So today we have the Ubisoft Forward pre-show at 11, the Ubisoft Forward at 12, Gearbox at 2, and a Games Beat session at 2:45. I'm not totally sure what some of that is, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna be here the whole time.
We're gonna learn about it together.
Yeah, we are.
So that's what we do.
All right, so it looks like it is just commentary right now. Is that what I'm seeing?
That is what I'm seeing, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. If it's just commentary, I say no, not even interested. We're here for the games. That's what we really want to talk about, what we want to see. And unfortunately, sometimes there's just a lot of not gaming stuff happening on game shows, which makes total sense. That's what people come to see, is the people talking about games. Wait, I shouldn't say that, should I? That's us.
Well, right now you're talking about people talking about games.
So we're super meta. Yeah, we're fine. All right. So we're going to bring up another Games Fest trailer that launched a couple days ago. Let's take a look at Escape from Tarkov. So, they say it's a gameplay trailer. I definitely see some CGI right in the beginning, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh, okay.
But let's take a look at it. I'm not sure what this one is about at all. I have no clue. So we'll check it out. That's alright. Our video guy is slow. It's okay, you gotta forgive him.
It's got a little bit of lag this morning, but as fellow gamers, we're all familiar with that.
Don't even. Man.
We've all experienced lag at one point or
I
another.
booted lag.
You
It's no longer welcome in my household.
I boot my lag with coffee.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Alright. So that was Escape from Tarkov, Battle in the Streets. So Escape from Tarkov looks like it came out in 2017. We have not played it ourselves.
We have not.
From what I understand, it is a pretty hardcore like team deathmatch FPS, very realistic. It looks like this is a DLC they've got going for it. It looks kind of fun. So, not anything. I mean, the particle effects were very pretty. It's about all I can say for it, though. I guess if you're a hardcore fan, let me know what the appeal is.
Yeah.
It looks different than Call of Duty, Battlefield, but it looks like it's another
Just
shooter.
Another FPS, yeah.
I don't see anything too outstanding about it. That trailer
didn't show anything about the game.
That trailer didn't show anything.
No.
Yeah. But, you know, it was a gameplay trailer, which a lot of times gameplay trailers are not actually gameplay, which is super dumb.
Yeah.
So at least that one was. It's got that going for it. It wasn't totally lying to us. So. Alright, let's see what else came out in Games Fest. So I'm looking at... Oh, this could be kind of fun. Alright, I'm going to throw this one up. It's called Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I'm getting an Alice in Wonderland vibes from it. It looks like it might be a little crazy.
Are we talking Tim Burton Alice or original Alice?
I mean, did you ever play Alice in Wonderland?
I did not know that was even a game.
Oh man, that was a weird game. Alice in Wonderland, it was like, It's like an action platformer, but it was super dark. It's old. It's an old game at this point, but it was fun, but it was super dark. Really weird.
Fate. It soars on the wind. It rises from the grave. It stalks the ocean floor. You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
Okay.
Don't know if I'd play it, but I'd watch someone else play it. That unicorn was intense.
Truly nothing to do with Alice in Wonderland.
Nothing, nothing at all. So that is a Borderlands spin-off, which makes me wonder if we're actually going to hear some more about that at around 2, because Gearbox has their E3 show, and Borderlands is Gearbox. So they already put out the trailer. I would not be surprised if we saw more about that. Did you ever play Borderlands?
I've never played Borderlands.
Tyrion, you played Borderlands, right?
I did play Borderlands, yeah.
Okay. So I kind of grew up with Borderlands 1 and 2. Definitely played through those with my brother. 3 was I tried, but we were playing it separately, right? So I'm at home. I got an Xbox. They have their own stuff, and it just wasn't working. Like the internet connection on that was total garbage. It just did not work at all. So we tried. We got almost to the end, but it was a slog and a pain, and it wasn't that good of a game. I think it's maybe better now, but we'll see. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands looks pretty fun now. If it goes back to like classic.
Did you ever play the Bunkers and Badasses DLC?
No.
No. Well, I've never.
That's
played
on
it, so.
3, right?
No, I think it was on 2.
Really? Okay. Yeah. We bought a huge pack of DLC and then never played it. Because that's a pretty common thing to do. So, yeah. That's what I would say there. Okay, now this is one I did want to see. Now, I've heard a lot about it, and maybe you've already seen some memes. I've seen a couple of them on Reddit. Is the Battlefield 2042 trailer. The only thing I've seen from it so far is being able to jump from your plane, shoot a rocket at another plane, and then go back into your plane. And
I don't think I've ever seen that in a game.
No,
before.
I imagine it's. I can't.
It's gotta be hard to pull off.
It's gotta be real hard to pull off. And I don't know how much of that is CG versus actual gameplay, because it's definitely done in CG, right? Like, it's clearly not in-game yet. But this is something I've seen a little bit about. So let's go ahead and check this out. So this is the Battlefield 2042 trailer. It's gotten a lot of coverage already. It's a little bit of a longer one, but this is one I wanted to see as well. So let's check it. Let's check this out. So that's Battlefield 2042. So that looks pretty sweet.
Yeah, very nice.
So now we have a new person. This is Joel.
Hello.
He's a longtime friend. He's a gamer, so he's going to give us his also kind of a fan inside opinion. He's a big Battlefield player, way bigger than I am. So Joel, what do you think from that trailer?
You know, I'm really excited about I'm a big futuristic guy, so I'm looking forward to see the type of weapons they're gonna have. That base jumping suit that the soldier had, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what they're all gonna have.
Yeah. So the trailer itself looked legit, right?
Yeah.
Whether you like Battlefield or not, they put out amazing CGI trailers. Being able to jump from a jet, blow up another one, and get back in. Again, I have no idea if you're going to be able to actually do that, but it looks awesome. So that's cool.
I'm just really interested as well for the story. I'm like, what is going on in the world? Why is all that happening?
Yeah, there's a lot there. So you were talking about a weather control device. I feel like there's been a movie recently where there was a weather control device. That was the entire plot of the movie, and they had to either stop it or it went out of control. I feel like Gerard Butler went into space.
That sounds about right.
Right? Am I crazy here?
It's called Twister or Tornado or something like that.
That's an old 90s film, Twister.
Twister's an old movie.
Yeah, no, but I mean, or Superstorm maybe?
Maybe it's something. I know there's something there.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Arrow Season 1 with the earthquake machine.
Okay. We're going to throw up another trailer. This one is for Evil Dead. So maybe more mature audiences.
Oh, thank you, Caleb. He says Geostorm.
Geostorm. Thank you. I never saw it, but I knew it was a thing. Okay, Caleb. You got this. Someone knows. But we're here to talk about games, not movies, so I don't feel bad not knowing. All right, we're going to throw up Evil Dead, the game. This is some gameplay trailer. Now, are you guys scary movie people?
No.
I am not.
Tearing? Okay, so the camera guy is. So we got, and I enjoy them every now and then. Did we see, have we seen Evil Dead?
I am not watching that movie. No.
I haven't seen the original.
Have you seen Evil Dead? I've seen Evil Dead.
You have? Was it good?
It is what it is.
You talking new or remake?
The old one.
Okay.
I don't think I watched the newer one.
I don't think I did either. I did see Cabin in the Woods, which is kind of like a riff-off.
That one wasn't
of the Evil Dead.
I didn't really feel like Cabin in the Woods was a horror film, though.
It was just a scary movie, but it was more of a comedy.
Yeah.
But it was still kind of scary. All right, let's throw this up and take a look at Evil Dead, the game, because I'm curious to see how they're translating a horror flick into a game that's not just like an interactive, scary media, which has its own thing, sure, but not as interesting as a gameplay. Let's go and check this out.
Hola, cyber friends. I'm Bruce Campbell. You know me as Ash Williams, the dude who saved the world from evil. I'm here to bring you the lowdown on the upcoming Evil Dead, the game. You and your friends will team up as classic Evil Dead heroes to live the nightmare. You'll use savage finishing moves or tear evil a new one. Or, if you're not into the whole save the world thing, we have another option. You can play as the vile Kandarian demon itself. But who would want to do that? He'd be a dick. With the power of possession in your arsenal, you'll scare those goody two-shoes to death. Literally, you can do that if you're a dick. Whether you choose the path of evil or righteousness, you'll be throwing down in places you've seen before. You'll collect pages of the Necronomicon, uncover Nobi's lost tapes, and track down other legendary artifacts. you've grabbed enough, you'll use a spell to send the Kandarian son of a bitch back to the hellhole it came from. Soon you'll experience the horror yourself, but for now I'll leave you with this thought. It was no accident that Ash always wore brown pants.
I'll spoil those good.
Yeah. Okay. So that looks like a sweet action co-op. It looks like there was at least 4, so probably 4-player co-op, maybe with an enemy. I got the impression that you can play as evil or as good, which means that it might be like 1 versus 4. I'm not sure exactly how it works. Do you guys remember Evolve?
No.
Evolve. So Evolve was like it was a monster hunter. It was 4 hunters, 1 giant monster. So you had 5 players altogether. 1 person was the monster, 4 people hunting it, and the monster was hunting them too. So you played all at the same time, and the monster had a lot of powers. Kind of looks like this could be similar to it. Camera guy was saying looks a lot like Friday the 13th, which came out a couple years ago. The game, not the movie.
I mean, I think it just shut down last year.
Did it just shut down?
Yeah.
So this is gonna pick it up then, essentially, if you need that.
Playing Friday the 13th.
Yeah, if you were playing.
Not many people were.
No. It looked interesting though. There aren't a lot of
I liked it.
horror thriller games like that. This one looks fun though.
I mean,
That'd look fun.
I'd play this, especially the co-op factor makes it a lot more fun. I totally wish there was someone playing with me when I was getting totally killed in Resident Evil. That would have been great.
Yeah. I would say so. All right, it is 10:58. We are getting close. The first show for E3 is supposed to start at 11. Are we seeing anything on E3 itself yet? It looks like there's still just people talking.
Although one guy's got a really sweet Hawaiian shirt.
It does look pretty sweet.
Assuming those are actual flowers and not something else.
Okay. Oh, okay. This one is something that I think I actually will be playing soon. I sent this to Tyrion, our camera guy, because he's a big D&D fan. But let's check this out, and then we're going to go look closer at the E3 stream and see where we're at. So this one we're going to look at is D&D Dark Alliance. So this is a 4-player co-op action-adventure game, which looks really, really good. So let's check this out. Have you guys seen this yet?
I have not.
Welcome to Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance. A non-stop, heart-pounding, kill everything that moves action brawler with co-op. The story. Dark Alliance takes place in the frigid world of Icewind Dale. You might need to take a sweater. You will explore varied and iconic locations in the frozen north, including Calvin's Cairn, this is it, the Hinterlands, and Dwarven Valley. Here lies the ancient and powerful Crystal Shard. If it falls into the wrong hands, darkness could blanket this realm. So naturally, this power attracts legendary monsters, and they've formed a Dark Alliance. They've set aside their differences to capture the Shard and its powers. You and your party are the only ones standing in their way. So you're quite important. The party. This is Drizzt. He's fast, he's powerful, he's got 2 Z's in his name, and as a trick he does at parties sometimes, he can summon this big gal. Catty Bree. Ranged or up close, she's in control of the battlefield. I wish I could do that. Wolfgar. He's the muscle. Big hammer. Big power. Big everything? Who's to say? Bruna, the protector. Look at his resplendent beard. He can take a beating, but he'll give one back. The combat. In Dark Alliance, combat is everything. Each hero has over 50 moves and abilities to unlock, which is only slightly more than myself. I have 49 and a half. If you think that sounds too hardcore, it's not for me. Don't worry, we've created an emergent combat system that will easily have your character switching between the most epic attacks in the game. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa! Of course, if you do want to get hardcore, and who doesn't sometimes, there's a lot to master. You have light, heavy, and special attacks that can be chained together into powerful combos. Ooh, glad that's not me. And you have dodges, parries, and counters to defend against the hordes of enemies. I'm just going to warn you though, these attacks and counters deplete your stamina, which you definitely don't want to run out of mid-combat. Trust me, I've done it, it's embarrassing. Then there are more powerful abilities and ultimates that deplete your ultimate meter. That gets filled the better you do in combat. There's also attacks like empowered strikes, which can deal devastating critical damage on a successful hit. The enemies. Look at these a-holes right here. I bet they didn't get enough hugs as baby goblins. Throughout your journey, you're going to run into over 30 different enemy types. And of course, if you're fighting minions, that means there's bosses. Big bosses. Huge bosses, which is like big bosses, but bigger. Probably some bosses that always call without texting first. Even new bosses being added throughout the year that I haven't even seen yet. Take on any boss in the army in any order you want, although I'd start with this one because he threw mud at me. The gear. What's D&D without loot to grab, collect, and make your own? As you level up your character, you can level up your gear, decking out your hero at base camp before each mission. Your loot will range from common all the way up to legendary status. And there's no microtransaction here. If you want the best gear, you need to earn it one battle at a time, the way my grandmother did. The co-op. You can absolutely take on this adventure on your own. But sometimes stabbing evil creatures with pointy weapons is just more fun to do with friends. It's a well-loved social activity. Dark Alliance was made to be played with others, so you can jump into a quick play or make a custom game all your own. When you play together, you unlock new attacks and abilities for your team. Each hero has a unique way to trigger team attacks. Ha ha ha! Wow, that looked very intense. And everyone has their own special attack, dealing out devastating damage. But be warned, the bigger your team gets, the tougher the monsters become. Well, we hope you enjoyed hearing about Dark Alliance. And remember, if you find yourself in possession of the crystal shard that gives you ultimate power, because it happens, try not to be a dick about it. Dungeons and Dragons, Dark Alliance.
Yeah. So definitely got to say that one looks pretty great.
Yeah, really want to play that. I think his name was Dretz, the dual wielder guy. That's my pick right there.
You know, if you read the books by R.A. Salvatore, this just really punched you up. Because I read through this book, and man, just seeing this trailer, I was like, oh, I know those guys.
Oh, really? They're actually the characters?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and in the book, they were totally kick-ass. It was amazing.
The most iconic D&D characters from the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
So that I did not know it was actually based on something.
Yeah, so I'm actually pumped for that game.
Sweet. So it sounds like we got a live stream coming up of that game because that actually launches. Was that the 16th? I think it actually launches the 16th or the 26th of this month. So it's coming out really soon. Yeah. So I've played a lot of different games, and so this looks like it's a good blend between like an action RPG and just a straight up RPG. So I'm not a big fan of Diablo. Like, I tried playing Diablo 3 a lot, or maybe it was Diablo 4. Which one's the newest one? Diablo 3? Okay. Yeah, I tried getting into Diablo 3, but I just don't enjoy the huge mobs of enemies. It feels lacking. Like, all you do is just spin around or summon a big fireball, and then 1,000 guys die, but then there's 10 million more waiting in the wings, right? It feels unimpactful. Whereas this looks like it's a good blend between that. So there's minions, but it doesn't look like it's hordes. So it's not a straight up action RPG. But I am getting pointers that we are actually ready to go to E3 itself. Is that right?
It looks like there's some gameplay footage of something right now.
Is there something happening?
There is. I don't know what game this is, though.
It looks like an Assassin's Creed character walking until the actual thing starts. There's a timer up in the corner.
Oh, I see that.
Seriously?
54 minutes left.
So we have a 54-minute character
until Ubisoft Forward.
Until the Ubisoft Forward. So the forward right now is AC. That looks like Valhalla.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely Valhalla. Walking for an hour.
So much fun.
If you want to watch that, raise your hand, let us know, and then put your hand down and stop talking. So we're going to go do anything else besides watch that. So, yeah, Dark Alliance, though. Are we all in for that?
Yeah.
I am in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am in. That looks like fun.
Yeah, I completely agree. That looks legit.
That narrator was hilarious.
Yes. I feel like I've heard his voice before.
It did sound so familiar.
Sounded really familiar, right?
Yeah.
Now, so the big question is there couch co-op? Is it? Couch co-op is nice. Like, it's super nice. I'm guessing we're gonna find out more pretty soon. I'm guessing we'll find out more this weekend because it's coming out in just a few days, and there might already be more details out. I just saw this. I think 2 days ago was the first time, so I might do a little more looking into it because this looks like a game we're gonna play for sure. All right. What else we guys got here? So it looks like we have a little bit more before E3 starts. If you want to see, if you saw any trailers that came out in Games Fest, let me know. I see that there's like a 6-hour live stream of it, maybe more. I don't want to watch through that. So if you want to scrub through it and let me know anything really good that we haven't hit up yet, then let me know, and we can do that. Send me a link. Just post it in the chat. Let's see what else we've got going on here. Okay. Oh, here's one. Well,
It looks like E3 is something's happening there.
something's happening in E3. Let's throw up E3 for a little while. Camera guy, Tyrion. Go ahead and put E3 onto the stream, and let's see what it is and what's actually going on.
We're not just involving, but valuing players and developers with first-hand experience of disability, we're much less likely to make mistakes in our approaches. Even if our efforts are well-intentioned, they might not really reduce a barrier or contribute to stigma. We're really thankful and proud of the community for their contributions.
When I was working with Ubisoft on Watch Dogs Legion, we got to sit down at a table going through ideas on how a feature could be used, like the directional captioning, or what kind of information could be on the screen at the same time. Whatever could be removed. There was a lot of going back and forth to make sure there was no confusion. It was great how they were double checking to make sure they got it right. I grew up waiting for accessibility to be something companies can talk about.
Watch Dogs Legion's Play As Anyone innovation brought with it a promise of diversity and inclusion that inspired our team to make accessibility a core pillar of our design from the very beginning. The game offers a visualized sound effect system that captions hundreds of ambient world and gameplay sounds, from birds singing to footsteps to cars accelerating or crashing, each prioritized by context and spatialized with a directional indicator. The Watch Dogs Legion's team is extremely proud to have achieved this new level of accessibility, but it's only the beginning. Games that are truly accessible to everyone will require continuous innovation and effort, and I look forward to seeing today's innovations become tomorrow's standards.
On Assassin's Creed Valhalla, we started working on accessibility features very early in the process. We have options for player to choose their text size, but also the text size of the subtitles. You can add a background to your HUD elements to make sure the contrast is good for you. We can adjust the icon size also depending on your gaming setup. We want to make sure you get the most out of it.
Ubisoft's goal is to make games that enrich our players' lives. And key to that is making games that are inclusive and accessible to all. What we've seen is that by talking to the community and learning from each other, our teams are really inspired to innovate and find solutions, striving to challenge themselves and always improve.
Could also use that time to put
Just
it in the little box.
Good? All right. So it looks like E3, well, they're still waiting a little bit. So the Ubisoft Forward, right? That's what's supposed to be happening right now?
Yes.
Is not much. Ubisoft Forward pre-show. So the pre-show looks like they're just talking about stuff. If that interests you, then you can check it out. I think we're going to keep going doing what we've been doing. Sounds a little more interesting to me. So look, we're going to throw up a few more trailers and keep talking about those. The next one we're going to do is Jurassic World Evolution 2. So right now this is just like a CG trailer. How many of you guys played the original Jurassic World Evolution?
I did not.
Zach?
I think I did. Yes, I did. I played it on the Xbox.
Yeah. Was it good?
Yeah, it was great until I put the Indominus Rex in a pen with other things and it ate them.
Yeah, you should have known that.
Well, I thought if I put it in with other predators, they would just,
get along.
Get along. They got along in the movie. At least until the end, but...
All right, Jurassic World Evolution 2. Here's a little trailer for you.
We ignored all the warnings. Forgot the lessons. We abused our power. We played with genetics like it was a toy. We weren't careful. And now, here we are. This is a very different world.
All right. Jeff Goldblum's always a treat.
Yes.
Everybody loves him. So, I love Jurassic Park, World, movies, games, pretty much all of it. I've not gotten around to playing Evolution yet. Sometimes I enjoy a good park builder, but it's not very often. Like, I remember playing the original SimCity on Super Nintendo.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, super old school. And I enjoyed that, but I could never get into SimCity 2000. I never enjoyed The Sims. I didn't enjoy like the Roller Coaster Builder, Tycoon games. Like, they just don't interest me. So give me your guys' feedback on it. Like, who you guys enjoy those kind of games?
I've never really been one of those. You know,
it's a good calming pastime. I feel like something where you don't have to feel too invested into, unless you want to be.
It's more of a chill game, which is fine. There's games where you don't chill, and there's games where you do, and everything in between.
Like Minecraft.
Yeah, I'd say so. All right, let's bring up the Forgotten City. So here's one that I don't know anything about besides that it is a murder mystery game.
Oh.
Which sounds kind of interesting, yeah?
My wife loves anything murder mystery.
Yeah. This could be kind of fun. Let's check it out.
Salve, friend.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Somebody in this city is about to break the golden rule.
Some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do.
Are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
How is it that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? Salve, friend. I'm Galerius.
All right. So okay. It's either Oblivion or Skyrim. If you ever played it, so I did not play this mod at all. I am not familiar with it in the slightest. But it sounds pretty interesting. So it came from, is that Skyrim? That's what we're looking at?
Yeah.
So this is a full game from a Skyrim mod. I imagine that it's been upgraded a fair bit, and I have no idea.
Just crazy because this looks like it has absolutely nothing to do with Skyrim.
Not a thing.
No way. But it's murder mystery and it's Greek mythology, so my wife will definitely love playing this.
Yeah, this looks like it could be pretty entertaining. Turning people to gold when you shoot them. Nice. What is that? What is it? That Hand of Midas?
Yeah, Hand of Midas.
The Midas is touched with a bow and arrow. That's a good weapon right there, if you think about it. That's a pretty deadly weapon. I like that. It's a very interesting gameplay element as well. Being able to, like, you're not necessarily killing them. I don't know. Maybe turning someone to gold is an ultimate death sentence, but it's interesting. Thinking about it from a gameplay perspective and how you implement that. It's a really cool sandbox feature that you put in there, and then you expand upon that. Like, is it only living organisms that turn to gold? Can you shoot a fly on the wall? I don't know. It's interesting. All right, let's bring up the Anacrusis official trailer. 4-player co-op shooter by former Valve developer. It's kind of a short trailer, but let's check it out. We're a big fan of co-op games. We grew up playing games together. Yes. Halo, Call of Duty. Yeah, just a ton of couch co-op games are fantastic. So let's take a look at this and see if it's any good. The Anacrusis. Hopefully I'm saying that right.
Hello?
Nessa! Liu! Help! Lance! Get on! Thanks. No problem. Stick together and let's do this.
Is this a disco? This I do not like.
I could use some help! Hit your pulse!
This is not good. This is not good.
What if we open the doors and run? Just run. No stopping, no shooting, just straight to the bridge.
Get that flasher!
Heavy.
Really? We call them tanks.
I call them brutes. From Latin, Brutus.
We'd sound smart calling them brutes.
Eon, you don't want to get in here and help name these? Nah, I'm good.
Brute!
Yeah, that looks like fun.
So definitely Left 4 Dead in space with aliens.
Well, yeah. I mean, why not aliens?
Well, yeah.
I mean, if you're in space, it's gotta be good.
If you're in space, it's gotta be alien. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
I call the Afro guy. That's my guy.
It looks really good though. Yeah, that looks like it could be pretty fun to play. Looks like some pretty unique weapons there. You got some gravity manipulation. You got some different varied enemy types. Again, though, I played a fair bit of Left 4 Dead back when it's back in the day, and I'm not seeing a lot of improvement from there. Like you got the same kind of variety of enemies. You got brutes. You have 4 players with a goal. So I think this game really has to stand out and differentiate itself in. Well, it has to differentiate itself from Left 4 Dead. Because I think Left 4 Dead 2 is still up and running. I could be completely wrong on that. But it had a big audience. So if you're trying to replace it, it's got to be with something better. Because it looks fairly similar. 4 players, you get guns, you have different enemies, you're running to an objective, trying to survive. You leave behind the weakest player as bait for the zombies. The normal. Zach, you're definitely dead.
What's that supposed to mean?
But, yeah, so, yeah, I guess. It's fine. Could be worse. It's fine.
It needs to find a gimmick.
It has to have a gimmick. That's a good way of phrasing it. It's got to have something that it does super well that's unique to it only. And you could do that with more enemies. You could do that with incorporating some RPG elements if you want to upgrade your characters as you play them. Map variety is a really big one. These games a lot of times live and die on their maps.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go back to Call of Duty or Halo, like you think about those kind of maps. Like there are some iconic maps in there that you can you visualize, and you can just navigate them in your head.
Blood Gulch, anyone remember that from Halo Combat Evolved?
Mm-hmm. So, if you have some really good maps and a really good gimmick, yeah, I could see it working, but it is definitely not from that trailer. I'm not sold in the slightest. All right, we're gonna bring up Metal Slug Tactics. So let's see, Metal Slug Tactics official reveal trailer. So, Metal Slug goes back pretty far. It's not a series I ever played, but it looks like it's getting a cross dip into another genre of the tactics genre, which I do enjoy quite a bit, like Final Fantasy Tactics, Fire Emblem, stuff like that. So let's take a look at Metal Slug Tactics. All right. So that looks pretty fun.
That was definitely giving me a lot of childhood vibes. I was expecting someone to run out and be like, "Go, Joe!" But totally different franchise. It just looked like G.I. Joe for the cartoony parts, and then the gameplay part just looks like 25-cent, quarter arcade game.
Mhm.
It was a lot of nostalgic fun watching that.
Yeah, the animation style I think looks really, really nice. The actual gameplay, like when they showed, the tactics area of it, looks really good. It's definitely old school, classic, and I didn't play much of the Slug games, but like even just looking at that, I immediately recognize that visual style of the game, and so at least visually, they are taking the Metal Slug series and turning it into a tactics perfectly. Like I couldn't ask for a better looking game from a Metal Slug game right there. That looks really, really nice. I like tactics games. I enjoy strategy games. Like we were talking about RTS earlier, talking about StarCraft, Total War. Like that's fun stuff. Tactics games like this is a lot different than that, but it still has the same idea where you have to put some thought into it. You can't just run and gun like the original Metal Slug, and you can't just hope for the best. You got to actually plan ahead. So that's pretty fun. I enjoy that. Okay, so unless anyone is seeing some specific trailers that they want to talk about, anything upcoming E3 news, I haven't seen much, but it looks like the official Ubisoft Forward is going to begin in about 30 minutes. So I think we're going to take a short break, but before we do, if you are not familiar with it, we did just launch my new book. So if you want to start making your own games, this is the best place to start. So you're going to begin by making, just learning how the software works. You learn how to code. You don't need to have any experience at all. You don't need to know anything about gaming, programming, any of it. I can't get that to stand up. I grabbed the wrong one. It's hardcover too. You got hardcover and paperback. So if you want to start making games, we're going to go through that. We're going to make a fun action 2D platformer. We are using some 2D software, but I very specifically take the time to teach you what you need to know how to just create a game in general, right? Because the software you're using, it does determine what you're going to be making. So we use Game Maker Studio, so it's more geared towards 2D, but the ideas behind it will take you into Unity or Unreal or Lumberyard or CryEngine or whatever it is you want to use to make any kind of game you want. You'll need to learn a little bit different here and there. It's kind of like learning a different language, picking up a new piece of software. But once you understand how to code, once you understand how to think like a programmer, you can make any kind of game you want. So this is available for order on my website. We are also running a special this summer. If you pick up the course bundle, let's go ahead and bring up the website here and bring up letslearnthistogether.com, and you can check this out. If you buy the bundle on there, you'll be getting a free book. You can get a free ebook, physical book, either paperback or hardcover, whatever one you would prefer. You can pick that up for free when you pick up the bundle. The website is still undergoing some updates. There's going to be a massive facelift coming next week. We're a little busy at the moment, but you can expect that next week. If you buy anything now, though, you will still receive that free book, even though it doesn't mention it anywhere on there. Just send me an email, or actually I'll see that you bought it, and I'll reach out to you and let you know. So definitely check that out if you're interested in making games yourselves. If you want to make games like this, like that Metal Slug's Tactics, that's definitely something you could make inside of Game Maker Studio, which would be pretty cool. So maybe one day in the future, your game will be on E3. That'd be pretty cool.
That'd be very cool.
All right. So we're going to either jump you over to a waiting screen or maybe E3, the E3 waiting stream, because it looks like they're still just kind of kicking off and doing a little bit of talking stuff. But we'll be back in probably 15 to 30 minutes when Ubisoft is about ready to kick off, and we'll start talking more then. All right?
Sounds good.
See you guys soon.
Tyrion.
Drinks are up.
Phone number is 503 507 507 8 8356.
I might have to refresh this then, because I'm still not getting any sound.
Well, it takes like 20 seconds.
Joel?
Oh wait, I'm muted. Silly me. There we go. Okay.
We'll have 2 orders of fish and chips and 2 cups of crunch. God, it's fine. Yes. That's gonna be it.
There.
Rated E10.
Hello everyone. As you may already know, Ubisoft has been supporting indie studios for many years now. Whether it's on production, innovation, creative or even financial support, our teams have been supporting indie studios from all over the world. Today, we wanted to use Forward to highlight a selection of indie games we've had the pleasure of supporting recently. Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Sandro, the co-founder of Tucana Interactive, a young independent game development studio based in Berlin, Germany, currently working on Dorfromantik. Dorfromantik is a relaxing strategy and puzzle game where you create an ever-growing idyllic landscape by placing tiles. You can immerse yourself in a beautiful, peaceful and quiet world if you need a break from everyday life. But Dorfromantik also offers a challenge for those who are looking for one. Because to beat the high score, you do not only need to plan ahead, but also place your tiles very strategically. We are the lucky winners for Ubisoft's Entrepreneurs Indie Camp in the German-speaking area, and we are excited for the upcoming acceleration program, where we participate in mentoring sessions and are able to receive marketing support, such as the Indie Game Arena booth at Gamescom. Dorfromantik is already available right now in early access and will go into full release later this year. In addition, we also already have plans for mobile and the Nintendo Switch, so there's a lot still to be discovered. Thank you for your time and to Ubisoft for this great opportunity.
Hey y'all, so I'm In Taylor. I'm one of the co-creators of Bravery Network Online, a game by Gloam, which is our studio. Bravery Network Online is a turn-based strategy game. You've got a team of 5 fighters. You're playing against an opponent's team of 5 fighters. And they are, a little bit gay. But if you're not gay, that's okay too. I think that it's a really, really fun world, and I think that the competitive play of it is really solid. We've been working with Ubisoft for a little bit now. We actually are the winners of Ubisoft's 2019 Indie Series run by Ubisoft Toronto. They've helped us out so much over the years. They've given us press support when we launched into early access. They connected us with different folks internally who could help us out, and even to folks outside their company. We have a pretty vibrant Discord community and a lot of folks who've just been enjoying the game, and we're really appreciative of that. Bravery Network Online is in early access now, so feel free to pick it up and send it to some friends. I would really appreciate that very personally, so thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm David Prinswell, Game Director on You Suck at Parking. You Suck at Parking is the world's most extreme parking game and probably the only racing game where the goal is to actually stop your car. It's a funny physics-based racer, which doesn't take itself too seriously, but still requires enough skill for you to master the hardest tracks.
We crashed into the Ubisoft design team a while ago and we had some great discussions on You Suck at Parking. They gave us actionable advice and great feedback along the road. And they've been championing the game ever since, so we're super grateful for them.
You Suck at Parking presents you with a ton of varied and surprising levels. The goal is to fill every parking spot before the timer runs out. And don't get too attached to your cars though, because you'll have to respawn a lot. For the competitive players out there, there's leaderboards in every level so you can compete with your friends and the world for those top spots. And for everyone that's feeling creative, we've also included a level editor that features everything that's in the main game, so you can go all out and be creative and make your own tracks.
You want to know how much you suck at parking? You can already do so. Download the demo. You can also talk to us, show us your best moves, or talk to other parksters at our Discord. Happy parking!
Hi everyone, I'm Olivier Guédon, producer here at Ubisoft Ivory Tower. The Crew 2, launched in 2018, reaches its 3rd anniversary. It's been a very intense year, with multiple content deployment. Every 4 months, a new season, and every 2 months, a new episode. We delivered all the content announced 1 year ago, and for this, I would like to warmly thank our teams here at the studio for their work and commitment despite the COVID-19 context. But it's also time to warmly thank you, our community, since we are really proud to announce that we are now more than 30 million players to have joined the Crew franchise since 2014. And for those who have not joined in yet, what a better time to jump in the Crew 2. First, claim this amazing vehicle for only 1 Crew credit in-game starting today. Also, next week, enjoy 1 event for each major update we released so far in a special anniversary live summit. But it's far from being over, and I'm super happy to announce more season for our 4th year. This new content will of course be available through Motherflix, new season, and episode. But enough talk, and enjoy a glimpse of your next Motherflix show. Thank you all.
Racing against the clock. Welcome to special number 1 of the U.S. Speed Tour East around New York City, the Big Apple.
Daytona, Florida, speeding along the world's most famous beach.
What a perfect day here in Miami. Fans are gathering, drivers are ready. Hey, I think we're going to have a great race today. Each new season brings fantastic feeling. The feet, the hoop, the excitement. The teams are getting ready. And I guarantee you that they are ready to make the show. The U.S. Speed Tour East is about to start. It's probably the biggest race of my career. What a mess out there! Are you ready? The clock's ticking. Go, go, go! Check that one out! Final leg of the final stage. New York, New York. Watch the drivers go for it.
Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. It's popping, no stopping. Standing on the stage, got the whole place watching. Vacation, hotel hopping. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking.
This car rustles my jimmies in a way that jimmies should not be rustled by a car.
Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a
Hey everyone, I'm Latish Talinadhan, live producer on Watch Dogs Legion. Back in October 2020, you recruited a resistance, built DedSec, and saved our near-future London. Since then, you have jumped in online modes with friends, dared our tactical ops, and fought for London with Mina. Now, on behalf of the team, I'm proud to give you a taste of what's coming up in Watch Dogs Legion Bloodline.
Got a simple job for you, Aiden. Huge payday.
What's the catch?
It's in London. That's where your nephew Jackson lives, right? Anyway, the job's pretty straightforward. Break inside Brokatech and steal a device giving control over an army of weaponized robots. That thing must not fall into the wrong hands.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Easy, easy! Hey, I know you.
Give me that.
This, no.
3.
I need it for a thing.
2.
Okay, I guess we're doing this.
All I need is that little device stolen by your partner. The one in the stupid mask?
I can find him.
I just don't think I can trust you without some insurance.
I'm just tired of criminals and con men running the world.
I need you to pay attention.
How do I tame the deer? How do I tame the deer? Oh, not like that! My bad? Now I feel bad.
right.
And we're back.
So, looks like it's about time for E3 to officially start. We've got... What is that coming up?
Hi everyone, and welcome to Ubisoft
Got
Forward.
the Ubisoft
I'm
Forward.
We're so thrilled to be back hosting Ubisoft Forward.
And we're going to be watching
Over the
it with
next
you,
hour, we'll be
giving
your
you some
guides to all the
commentary.
latest news and
So
exciting
I'm going to put
announcements
this
coming from
in
Ubisoft.
and
We've
listen
got
to it
so much in store
as
for
we
you
go.
today, including deeper looks at Far Cry 6, Riders Republic, and Rainbow Six, plus a few other surprises you'll find out about soon enough.
Neelam, I'm excited. We're filming this together. We got this gorgeous set. E3 is back. But I know why y'all are here. You want to see games, so let's get right into it.
The Rainbow Six operators are facing off against an evolving and deadly threat.
Yes, we do.
You'll no doubt have noticed that the alien parasite has spread to new areas. It's time to suit up and step into the containment zone.
Here's a deeper look at Rainbow Six Extraction.
Go and bump up the E3 stream audio a little bit.
I used to feel so much peace staring into the heavens until a piece of it fell. And the nightmare began.
This is Rainbow Six Siege.
We thought it could be contained, but it evolved. So we did too.
One of our own is MIA. I need an extraction team, now.
If there's a way to stop them, you will find it. But I know you will find me
The stream will begin shortly up
first.
there.
Okay, the plan. Nomad, secure our exit. I'll take out the nests.
And I'll find Ivana. I have your signal. Let's go.
We're already out of the nests.
Incoming! Clear the area!
Stand back!
Down.
Clear! Let's move out. Clock's ticking.
I found her. Ivana, hold on. I've got company.
Coming through!
Countermeasures.
Check. Make for the exit. An apex! Get down!
Ella, look out! I don't have the gun.
Not so fast.
Target the breacher! Now's our chance!
Nomad, blow the door! Cover me!
Hey, you all throwing me a party?
Yeah. Too bad you missed all the fireworks. Team, it's Ash. We're not done yet. VIP down and...
Now, I know you must have a ton of questions after seeing that trailer, and we have answers.
So, that looks pretty sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
I've played a little bit of Rainbow Six Siege, and by that I mean a very little bit because I'm terrible at the game. But it was a pretty fun game, and it's also a very interesting story of a studio, or at least on a game, on the brink of failure, coming back because they actually listened to their fans and gave them what they wanted, and now it's a thriving game with an actual esports competitive area inside of it. Because it was right about to shut down, very, very low numbers and everything, but they actually listened and gave the fans a game that they wanted, and now it looks like, if I'm reading this right, this looks like an entirely new game, not just a DLC, but I'm not sure, because Rainbow Six Siege Extraction, this looks like an entirely different game, like a whole new setup and everything.
Well, and it was actually going to have a different name, but it was in poor faith to keep that original name because of this thing that happened in 2020. So they changed it to Extraction. But no, that's it's a franchise that's been around for a long time. I remember the first time I played a Rainbow Six game. I think it was on Windows 2000, and yeah, it was a computer game that when I first played it, like it was on the computer and stuff. It was really hard, but I was like 10, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, this definitely looks fun.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tyrion, let's go ahead and reverse this. So let's put up the E3 stream as the primary, put us in the corner, and let's unmute them so we can listen to what they're saying about their game. Because I'm pretty interested on what's going on here.
And Alaska. This is what we know so far. Within the containment zones, the alien ecosystem is in a continual evolution, as incubation nests and their sprawling tissue spawn procedurally, taking over different areas of the map and reaction to the player presence.
The parasite is always spreading, always evolving, but it didn't look too happy about the operators disturbing their new home. What are we facing off against?
Well, the black goo-like sprawl is probably the first thing you will take on. It spreads to the map once your presence is detected, slowing progress and helping the Arkeens. Some of the other threats you may have seen in the trailer are the long-range spiker, the explosive breachers, the shape-shifting tormentors, and the apex. There's a lot more species of Arkeens and mutations that have been observed. More to come on that very soon.
Thank you both so much for joining me. I'm really excited to dig into more of the details. We still have crossplay to talk about. Yes, that's right. Extraction will bring everyone together regardless of the platform. And for our Rainbow Six Siege community, we have exclusive unlocks for you in both games.
Crossplay is important.
Okay, you've been waiting long enough. Let's take an exclusive first look at some gameplay footage. Here is Rainbow Six Extraction.
All right.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Extraction, the new tactical co-op shooter game where Rainbow Six operators are dropped into alien territory. In today's walkthrough, we're on a mission to investigate anomalies identified at the Orpheus Research Center in Alaska. HQ will provide additional instructions.
We need new data on the parasite's underground network. It keeps evolving, adapting. Plant auto trackers on dormant nests. Don't destroy them or we'll lose the trackers.
As a squad of 3, Ella, Alibi, and Sledge will use their operator abilities to complete objectives, assist each other, and obliterate Arkeans in their way.
Drone spinning up.
That's a grunt. Easy for a nest to incubate and bring to life, not so easy to eliminate in large numbers.
Converge on location. Nice and quiet.
The enemy reacts to intrusions in their ecosystem, including operators.
Eliminate my target.
So stealth tactics are the way to go.
Visual on nest. Place auto trackers for our React scientists.
Auto tracker activated.
Joel, did you play much of Rainbow Six Siege?
Auto tracker activated.
The parasite generates sprawl, a substance that connects the whole ecosystem. Alert an Archean, and a nearby nest wakes up too. Archeans move faster in sprawl, but operators get slowed down.
Take my guy out.
The squad can use their React Light to see bioluminescent properties on Archeans and in the environment. The contrast helps to better identify targets.
Yeah, go and keep us in here a little bit here. I think that's good. Just make us a little bit smaller so you can still hear us.
Nest mapping complete. A scientist just gave me the thumbs up. Good job.
Identifying Archean variants helps the team determine the best approach to take them out.
Scan grenade.
Spotted a rooter. It can immobilize anyone in front of it, so
I've seen a
Sledge
lot of
will swing
elements
around back.
from the siege. Like being able to shoot through the walls and see what's going on. Yeah, breaking through the walls and stuff. That's what Siege
Get out
was
of
all
there
about.
before
Was
the
tactical
swarm appears. Don't push your
entry.
luck.
Ella, go!
That was close. Here, the team can regroup and resupply. Airlock doors will open onto the next subzone, which will be tougher than the first.
We need tissue samples from those Archies, and we need them gone. Use your React blade.
So the trend I'm seeing so far,
Right there.
which I'm
React
really
blade,
liking,
do your thing.
is co-op is back. And
That target
yeah.
is finished. One down. We're not done yet. That's your target. Don't put it to death just yet. Get that sample.
We've located a spiker. It can fire armor-piercing projectiles. Alibi deploys a Prisma hologram.
Oh, you can crawl.
Ooh. Prisma
The
hologram,
squad
I
can
do
use
like that.
React tech to go further in incursions. The more intel they collect, the more tech they'll have at their disposal to fight off this threat. It's all about teamwork to outsmart the enemy.
Barricade that spot.
Reinforcing the wall. Creating a choke point is a good idea to increase the arc mine's efficiency.
Eyes on hostile!
Now that's the way. Keep hunting.
That's the React threat sensor. Smasher incoming.
Wow.
Wow, that did it. Take out the leader. No leader for the Archies to follow.
Another objective completed. The squad can either exfil at the extraction point to bring home the latest intel, or move to the next airlock. The third subzone will be the most challenging yet, a true test of both tactical team strategy and operator reflexes.
Some Archeans are responding
I
to an
like
elite as
the
if they're communicating.
ability to go from
No way we'd let them mobilize against us.
to move into more difficult
Hunt them
zones
down
if you
until the
want.
elite comes out of hiding.
I think that kind of player choice really helps the game thrive. He's made invisible.
That's dealt with.
Yeah, this is definitely something I prefer to
Elite
play
will show
with
up any
friends.
second.
Enemy located!
Late at night in dark rooms, how it's supposed to be done.
Yep.
Gosh.
Eyes on hostile!
It's super. This again reminds me of StarCraft. Zerg, the Zerg terrain
We have an
Yep.
operator in station.
Got some lurkers in there.
An operator is now
Zerglings popping
MIA.
up.
I don't know if you can hear this, but we're mounting a rescue. Hang tight.
Oh, there's no rescue. Oh, he's gone.
You heard it. A rescue mission is underway. React still needs you.
Operators, it's time to unite and stand together against this emerging threat.
Yeah, that looks pretty sweet.
Squad
Yep.
up with friends in co-op, or step into the containment alone.
Stay tuned for more Rainbow Six
I like that quite a
Extraction
bit.
intel
What do you guys
coming
think?
very soon.
Yeah, me too.
If you think fighting aliens is
Me
tough,
too, as long as
try
playing
learning
with
guitar.
friends, because
that
as
was
soon
a
as it
segue.
showed the
10 years ago, Rocksmith
I think it was the
redefined music
tormentor
learning
or
by
the
introducing
lurker, whatever the
first
thing is that
console
turned
game
them, the other
taught
ones invisible. I
millions
was
how to
like,
play guitar.
nope, I'm out. No, I need friends.
Starting out,
They
Rocksmith
can
has an
come from
approach that's
anywhere.
for everyone. A fun and interactive
Yeah. Oh. That's a really neat idea. And again, though, questions is it? It's probably going to be only online co-op. I can't imagine there's couch co-op there, which is fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's how it is. It's pretty common. But that looks good. The atmosphere looks really nice. Kind of creepy.
But creepy in a good way.
It is.
Really good way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that it's a totally different vibe from Siege. So they're not competing against themselves, which I think from a developer standpoint is a smart move. You don't want to make a game where your audience has to choose between them. So this is when Siege is very popular still. Yep. So Extraction is 4-player co-op. Siege, I think, is like 4v4, 6v6 modes like that. So it's a totally different genre, really. This is PvE, player versus environment. And did I get the idea that one of you could actually be captured, or was that an NPC? They said an operator has been captured, right? So that means that like one of us could actually be taken. But that would be super boring to be to be the hostage in an extraction situation. There's a game that we'll never get.
But what if it turns into kind of like how we were playing Halo Reach the other day, and it's infected, so you get turned in one of those things, and now your job is to go and infect your former teammates.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That would be pretty interesting. So right now, I'm not really paying attention to what's on stream. It's some kind of music service. Joel, are you paying attention to this?
A little bit. It looks like, a function to learn how to play either acoustic or electric guitar, which I think, could be pretty cool. It looks like they're calling this Rocksmith, and it looks like it has some pretty neat interface, pretty neat features where you can talk to other community members of, get some tips on how to learn a certain song or a certain riff. So,
I'm
coming
Arthur Von
from
Nagel,
a game
producer
developer,
at Ubisoft San Francisco,
they could have some
and Rocksmith has
pretty cool
truly
stuff in that
been
software.
a dream project for me. As a lifelong gamer
Now,
and a touring musician,
Rocksmith has been something
Rocksmith
before.
is what I wish I had.
Right, this is Rocksmith Plus. So this is actually like an updated version of it. Do you guys remember Rocksmith at all?
I do not.
Remember that, Joel?
Well, that one, if I remember correctly, you could still have your own guitar. You could plug it in.
Yeah, you took your own guitar and you plugged it into the Xbox.
Yeah.
It was an Xbox 360 game. And you could learn to play an acoustic guitar while playing a game.
Yeah.
And I actually did that for a little while when I had a 360 a long time ago because it didn't get backwards compatibility. So once I upgraded to an Xbox One, then I could no longer play it. I think I actually still have that cable somewhere because it was really cool. And it was a great way to learn how to play guitar. Like it had a campaign where you learn how to play, and like I think you were going through missions and you were learning, as you went. So it's to gamify the education of or the learning of how to play music.
Yeah, for sure. And I think anyone learns better when they're having fun. And I never actually, went through that whole interface with Rocksmith, so
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how I would have used it.
Okay, so here's some gameplay up on the screen. Why don't you make that full screen, Tyrion? Let's take a closer look at this.
And each week, we release a
steady stream of new authentic arrangements to keep growing that portion.
And of course they cut away from it.
We're also introducing the Rocksmith
It kind of reminds me a lot of like Guitar Hero, but you're learning to actually play guitar instead of.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the,
Guitar
that's
Hero
the
after
idea
chords.
behind it. Yeah. But what's more interesting is it looks like maybe you can actually create your own songs.
Oh, nice.
Now they're talking about including songs that are popular, so you can learn how to play them. But if I got the idea right, it looked like you could actually create your own songs in there, and then you can learn how to play those. Like you can write your own music inside, which that would be the next level.
Yeah, for sure. I think what you saw there was.
Okay, so here it is.
Yeah.
And learn at your own pace, or slow down and repeat tricky parts until you master them. We've improved those features in Rocksmith Plus and are introducing new ones. Beginner
That's
and
really
intermediate
cool.
players
It is.
will benefit from more personalized
So I think what you saw was somebody who already had a guitar tab, which was basically sheet music for guitarists, to input that into this game. And if that's what it is, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You can just grab any tab and look at it on your screen and make it fun.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool.
That way you can take advantage of Rocksmith
Mhm.
Plus's song library and practice tools.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. This looks really, really cool. It definitely looks like it's been updated tremendously from when I played it, original Rocksmith years and years ago. This looks way more polished, and it looks visually easier to follow.
Yeah.
And help us test and create the future of
So right now it's available for PC, almost available for PC, a closed beta coming soon. So this is definitely something to keep an eye on if you want to learn how to play guitar. It looks like, from what I'm hearing, it's mostly acoustic guitar.
Acoustic and electric.
Acoustic and electric. But same instrument, right? I mean, I guess they are different.
They have different functions.
Different functions, but they play the same way, right? Same chords and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't have extra instruments like a bass or stuff like that.
From the looks of it, there could be a potential for a bass.
Yeah, I don't see why there couldn't be. Because you can plug in. You
Right.
can do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. It looks like something new's coming up here. Let's check it out. Ooh, Ubisoft original coming in.
What are these?
Go and switch to full screen on the video, Terry.
Greetings, thrill seekers. This is the Riders Ridge, the Republic's stomping ground.
And turn up the desktop audio. It's pretty quiet, I think, unless that's on me. It might be on me, though.
Manage your career. Learn to nail those wild moves. Stay stylish. Share your creations with the Republic. Stay on top of the latest news. And take up some ferocious multiplayer
second.
action, like Free-for-All or Tricks Battle, our 6 versus 6 team competition.
Oh, transition into some actual gameplay.
So, here's how it works. Performing big tricks on the modules will turn them from red to blue, and every trick that you stomp will contribute to your team's overall score. Still with me? Okay. When your team has turned all the modules blue,
Tony Hawk
you capture that district,
skateboarding.
which will
This is
help
snowboarding.
multiply your score
Snowboarding.
into the big
Thank
time.
you.
Progress.
No, you remember the paint mode in Tony Hawk, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly what that is.
And that's probably just one game mode for this.
Yeah, it looks like... Ooh. So this is Extreme Sports.
Yeah, this looks like a lot of fun. I haven't played an Extreme Sports game in a long time.
Yeah, they're not that popular. Like, they're kind of a riskier venture because it's easy to make an FPS or something super easy like that that's popular and going to sell. But this is harder.
Well, and it's not just only one sport. It looked like there was the snowboarding, there's biking. I saw like gliding people, I think.
Yep. This looks sweet.
I would do this. Well, not in real life.
Either way, to progress, you gotta
Base
earn those
jumping.
Oh,
Thank you. That's
here
what
we
it is.
go.
Yes.
too.
This is what
We've all got
I'm most excited about.
I want a bass drum from real life though. What is this?
Yup, I want to play this one.
I'll take jetpacks. That's fine.
Yes.
All right, I get it. Sometimes you just want to explore.
If it's flying, I'm in.
Even nature. That's right. Everything you do
It wouldn't be a Ubisoft
Getting
game
those
without
stars
landmarks to
will
land on
rad
and
to be had.
mark.
And the Republic
Oh, I actually
will
read
revive.
about this
There's
one.
always
So,
something awesome to
so
do
this is
as you
it's going to
reach
be
new
places
milestones and unlock
in the
more
U.S.
challenges.
In the U.S.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Red
It's
Bull
based on
Joyride.
actual places in the U.S.
It's infamous. It's spectacular. It's the biggest stop biking. And
Those are some sweet tricks.
your friends.
We are getting some
There
technical
is
issues
so,
from E3.
So much more. More stunts.
Oh,
More
dude,
sports. More events.
that looks sweet. Yeah, good job, Justin.
Just more, okay? And the natural outdoor playground for you and
Well,
your
I hope
friends
this
to
ends up
enjoy
on Game Pass
any way
because
that
I
you
would
want.
love to try this.
We mean it. Look at all these rides.
Classic ET.
Yep.
Does this speak to you? Then don't miss out on mass races.
64 people.
Jeez. I wonder how much you can customize your avatar, or if they allow you to do that at all.
So much. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's where a game like this is going to make most of its money, is in those microtransactions. But unfortunately, a lot of game design nowadays is actually based around the microtransactions that they can sell to you. So you'll be able to buy particle effects for these boosters. You'll be able to buy skins for every single character, 1,000 different shirts. Which I'm of the opinion that if it's purely cosmetic, that's totally fine.
Were those rocket bikes?
Yeah, they were rocket bikes.
Are rocket
Absolutely.
bikes a real thing? Because if so, I want to try it.
And claim your right to rip.
I mean, it's called a motorcycle.
Okay.
No, it had like actual
Rainbow Six
like
operators
turbines, you know, like
Oh, it
little,
did.
little rocket things on it.
Yep.
You know, ever since Crimson Heist, we're
Yeah,
still
that
trying to clear all
looks
those pesky
pretty
Flores
sweet.
drones off the maps.
As far as an extreme game
Gear 6
goes,
is off to a
that
blazing
is
start,
something I would
with
definitely play.
passing 200,000 concurrent players a few weeks ago. If you haven't joined in yet, 2021 is the perfect time to drop in.
Yeah, probably. But it could also be a lot of fun. Like if they do that multiplayer well, that could be fun.
So did it say it allowed for 64 people to play at the same time?
That was up there on the left side of the screen. Oh,
Jeez.
got something new going on. Switch. Nice.
6 years into our journey
Oh,
with
here's
Siege,
Rainbow Six
we are
Siege.
humbled
They
and
keep
grateful
putting
for the
Ubisoft
enthusiastic
Original in
community
there.
that has supported
Do you guys see that in the title?
So
What is?
is all about sharing
I don't
quality of life
understand.
developments that
Does that mean that everything
dramatically
before
improve
this was not a
player
Ubisoft
experience.
original?
With the
That they've just been
community growing
copying up
every
until
day,
this point?
We've been hard at work finding ways to improve your ability to play with your friends and meet new players.
I think they're just
For
going to
June
be a
30th,
big company
we are
right there.
unifying our PC
doing
and
a whole bunch
cloud-based
of stuff.
platforms with crossplay and cross-progression. That means that any player on Amazon Luna,
Launch on
Stadia,
Stadia.
or PC will be able
What?
to tune to games
Who
together
even uses
while
Stadia?
having a unified
I don't even know what that is.
progression.
And for console players,
I know what
in
Stadia
early
is. I'm not sure what
2022, crossplay
Luna
will be available
is.
between
That's
PlayStation
interesting.
and
Stadia
Xbox
sounds like a
platforms,
sweetener you
and
put in your coffee.
cross-progression will be available between all platforms. For
Cloud
these updates,
gaming from
we needed
Amazon,
to feed
Luna.
more time in order to prepare and make sure
I mean,
that
I know it's called Stevia, but it sounds like it's Stevia's cousin.
Together benefits everyone. It will finally allow you to
Huh.
play with your friends across different platforms. It also means that your progression
Yeah,
will now
Luna
follow
Cloud
you
Gaming. I mean, it's the
anytime
same thing as
and
Stadia.
anywhere
Stadia is from
you
Google.
play.
Luna is from
Crossplay
Amazon.
is a feature a lot of you has been
So the games
and
live
we're
on
thrilled
their
to see the
servers,
enthusiasm
and
inside
you're
of
playing the
Horizon
game over the internet,
From your amazing fan
sending
art
controls
to
to
awesome
them.
cosplays, the Rainbow Six community is the lifeblood that
And
keeps this game moving forward.
Stadia has died,
We cannot thank you
pretty
enough
much
for your
died
support.
at this point. I'm
It is
amazed
because
anything
of
else
you
is coming out
that
on
Siege
there.
keeps evolving and growing.
To wrap up, here's a brand new animated trailer starring Thunderbird, the new Defender joining Team Rainbow. Check this out.
Thunderbird.
Ready?
I'm not
6
sure what
years
that
ago,
is.
I met a pilot.
We will learn together.
She saved my life. That symbol, what does it mean?
This jacket was my father's. Dagu Wankan, Wichahpi. The creator's star has many meanings. Love, wisdom, bravery.
Suits you.
Listen, I need to get this bird in the air. You try to get some rest.
You're the boss. What's happening?
Ooh.
That is one big ugly bear.
Wait, that's it? What happened next?
Why don't you ask her yourself? New
Huh.
projects aren't the only things
So it's
to
just
be
a
excited
character
about
reveal?
this year. Take a look at the incredible updates coming to our live games in 2021.
Live games.
Ninja Turtles.
For Honor is still going?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that too.
It was sold. I thought it was sold for a pittance. But maybe now it's coming back. Trackmania is kind of fun. I played that a little bit with my kids. They enjoyed it.
So colorful.
Mm-hmm.
They look like little RC cars.
Yeah.
Leonardo, my favorite Ninja Turtle.
Donatello's the best.
I don't know. I think 2 swords beats a stick.
You're wrong. There's more Legion.
I actually never played a Watch Dogs game.
Oh, Aiden Pierce from the first Watch Dogs, which was so loved.
I take it wasn't.
The original Watch Dogs was absolutely berated for their E3 reveal,
From the release
and then
of
the
the Ghost
gameplay was
experience
actually
to the latest teammate
really
update,
boring, and
Ghost
the
Recon
story was
Breakpoint
terrible.
keeps evolving
And the
thanks
graphics
to
were not
the
near as good as they were supposed to be.
But that's not all. As 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of the Ghost Recon franchise, we are happy to announce that there are still many more surprises.
Gosh, I feel like Ghost Recon's been out forever.
Stay
20
tuned,
years.
My goodness.
Or no, I mean, yeah.
Was Ghost Recon on the Nintendo 64 like,
Just Dance has always been about connecting with
or
friends
like
and family.
first PlayStation?
I feel like
When
it
you're
had
in
to be the
good
first
company, there
PlayStation.
are no bad dancers. So move the coffee table, alert the local homeowners association, and
Just
let's get
Dance.
loud.
I'm a bad dancer. I'm a very bad dancer.
I've been getting into Beat Saber lately, but that's not really dancing.
Special guest.
Hello, my name is Todd Hall, and I'm a singer,
Whoever
dancer,
could it be?
actor, director, and choreographer. I am super excited to announce that my
Todrick
song,
Hall.
Nails Tales, is
I
going to be a
forgot
part
all
of
about
Just
him.
Dance 2022.
Oh yeah, I have no idea who that is.
He didn't make it very far in American Idol and then became very big on YouTube and went on tour doing a bunch of live shows, but I haven't seen anything from him in a few years.
That's because he's been working on Just Dance 2022. I have no idea who it is.
To me,
but
Just Dance allows people to express themselves through dance and to celebrate who they are and their individuality in such a fun way. Just Dance
I mean, he's got some great covers of other songs with a lot of theatrics and costumes involved.
To work out or just to have fun, it's going to be a great time, and I can assure you, you will not just play, you will absolutely slay. The new lyrics were handcrafted specifically for Just Dance, and let me tell you something, they're full of sass because, you know, they were written by yours truly. But
Alright, now I know.
guarantee they are going to give people so much confidence. That's the reason why I wrote Nails Hair Hips Heels, and now it's been Just Danceified. I don't think they're ready for this jelly. I hope you all have just as much fun dancing to this track as I had making it. Oh, and one last thing. You will have the opportunity to be a part of the making of my new video, which will be released alongside the new Just Dance track. For more information on how to participate, darling, just check the link below. We got you. I cannot wait to see you all living your best life and being the most fabulous you have ever been. I will see you all in Just Dance 2022.
I don't dance, I work. I don't play, I slay. I don't walk, I strut, 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 and then sashay. But I don't work.
I work.
That's not G, hunty. So make it rain on me, and I might let you see. Okay, dolls, y'all know what time it is. Come on, everybody on the floor. I want to see you.
The E3 chat is blowing up over that announcement, and not necessarily the best ways.
Oh, not in the best ways?
Not.
Oh, no.
I think it's just one person. I mean, there's a lot of people, but someone is just spamming not very nice emojis. Ooh, Valhalla.
Yes, I heard there's a Valhalla DLC coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I still haven't played this, but I thought Odyssey was just beautiful.
In November 2020,
We were playing Valhalla
we
for a little while.
released Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Paused for
To
a
our
little bit,
delight,
but
it was the biggest launch
Odyssey,
for any
I-
Assassin's Creed game to
Man,
date.
that was such a
and
good
we have
game.
It was
you
an
to thank
incredibly
for
good
that.
game, and visually it was just
Becoming
oh
Eivor, a Viking
gosh.
leader going
Yeah.
on a quest to fight for
See,
a
I
new
skipped
home
Odyssey and
is
moved to
an adventure
Valhalla.
that resonated closely with
Because I
many.
got it free, so you know.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, but you have to experience Odyssey.
And stumbling across unique world events that left me with memorable side stories.
Thank you, Eivor.
We're amazed to see how you
So honestly, this
dedicated yourself
footage
to
makes
the
me want to
Viking
play it more than the
lifestyle.
actual trailer did.
You've led more
I
than
wasn't super impressed with the
300
trailer.
million raids in
Oh
total.
yeah.
Yeah,
And built
like the
more than
trailer.
100 million
I mean,
buildings
it's
in your settlement.
it takes place in like Scandinavia, so you're gonna get that like
Eivor still
dark,
has a
kind of dreary
long
feel. But
journey
this
ahead, and
this
we've been
footage
continuing
definitely
to
brightens it
offer
up and
free
makes it
updates
look
for
a lot
all
more
players
visually
to
appealing.
enjoy
Because after playing
post-launch.
something
These
so
updates
bright and
include
vibrant like Odyssey
time-limited
was,
quests,
and then seeing this, I was
new
like,
quests,
really?
and even
That was
whole
my
new game modes, such as the River Raids
hesitancy.
update.
You know, we went from a really nice
And the Mastery Challenge.
interface in Odyssey to a dark interface in
We
Valhalla.
added
and it
community requested tweaks and features too.
But the gameplay's
For
it's good.
instance, we'll
Yeah,
be
it's
adding
good.
Looks like it.
one-handed
It is. It's a
swords
fun
in the
game.
coming weeks.
I haven't played
The team is also working hard at tackling
Assassin's Creed
issues
since
and
Black
improving
Flag,
the game
actually.
experience for
good game.
everyone.
So if I went from Black
We've been
Flag to
tracking
Valhalla,
various known issues on our forums.
different.
it is.
Also
I
share
liked
our
Black Flag
complex
a lot,
bug-fixing process
but
and
I
recent
liked
development.
Valhalla quite a bit too.
We love seeing your
Well,
continual
and I think I
feedback,
heard her say
and we
you get to
thank
go
you
to
for your
England, so it looks like you
patience
don't.
and
I mean,
support for the
it's
game.
Vikings, so you are going to be in
top of
England.
Yeah,
but
that's where you spend. That's where you get to like after the intro of the game.
Yeah.
You spend all your time in
I
it.
thought I read or heard something somewhere that
game expansions.
there's something about like the Siege of Paris, so maybe you might get to be a Viking group that
Allow
goes and
players to
sacks
explore
France.
Ireland and battle a
Yeah,
mysterious
maybe.
cult, the Children of Danu.
Oh,
I'm good with Ireland.
I hope there's beer there. I'm just kidding.
In our second upcoming expansion, you'll
Maybe.
get to relive the Siege of Paris. This is the most ambitious battle in Viking
Relive the
history,
Siege of Paris.
taking
Yeah, there
place
you go.
in
You were right.
war-torn Francia. You'll have to do everything in your power to uncover enemy secrets and form strategic alliances in order to safeguard your clan's future.
Players may be excited to learn that black box infiltration missions are returning. This means you're given a goal for a mission, but how you'll achieve it is up to you. Expect new abilities.
Did you play as the guy character or the girl character?
Girl character.
That's what I did for Odyssey.
Gear,
But what about for Valhalla?
Same for
Watch out for
Valhalla.
the
It
Siege of
doesn't
Paris
seem like it
coming
matters
this summer.
Okay.
on this one.
No.
In
Assassin's
Odyssey,
Creed has long focused on the
your
exploration of
gear
history,
changed.
and we are happy to
Like
announce
once
that the
you
new
got
Discovery
the
Tour will be
Amazonian
released
armor,
this fall.
you're like
It will be
God
free
status
to all who
basically
own
now.
Assassin's
Yeah.
Creed Valhalla. Explore the world and take a deeper dive into the history of the Viking Age. The team has crafted a new experience where you'll get to play as people during the time of Vikings and follow them in their endeavors, big and small, while collecting exclusive rewards.
Now this is something I thought
Whether
was
you're an
really, really
Assassin's
cool.
Creed fan with a
When did
heart
they
for
start doing
history,
this
or a
exploratory
student looking
mode?
to supplement your knowledge,
That wasn't
the
Odyssey, it was the one
Discovery
before
Tour
it, wasn't it?
Viking Age
That was
will have you
Origins, and that was
covered.
Ancient Egypt.
Assassin's
No, no,
Creed
what-
Valhalla
yeah.
doesn't stop here.
Yeah.
For the
So when they
first
started
time on
doing
an
this, I think it's
Assassin's
really
Creed
cool
title,
to be able to
we'll be
take
supporting
the
game
world
well
that they've
into
created
its
because they,
second year.
I mean, it's a
Well, this year will be a
fantasy game,
very
but at the
active
same
year for the
time,
game.
they
We're
do a pretty
already
good job
working on more
recreating things.
expansions for
Really
And
good
being
job.
able to just wander around and
Something
get
tells me that
historical
Eivor is
tidbits.
not
It helps you
done
get
coding
immersed.
yet.
It does.
I think you meant Unity when they were in Paris.
Unity in
Yeah.
Paris, yeah, because they rebuilt the what was that burned down? The
Notre Dame Cathedral.
Notre Dame Cathedral. Yeah, they released a free like standalone exploration where you could just explore the Notre Dame.
Wow.
And it was gorgeous, it was beautiful,
Yeah.
and it was their way of paying
So you've
respect
seen some
to
great
what
games
was
from us.
what was kind of
We also
lost.
have news about the
And now they're
movies and
doing it
TV
in
series we've been working
kind of
on.
all of the games, which I think
Our
is
Ubisoft
really,
Film and
really
Television
cool.
team has
Because
an
I've heard of
exclusive
schools
content
actually using those things. Like
Yeah.
you get to go into school and just explore
workplace comedy set
parts
in
of
a game
history
development
in
studio
Assassin's
that's
Creed.
streaming on
Yeah,
Apple
well, I
TV+.
mean, again,
If
one of
you
those
haven't
big
watched the
props
second
for
season yet,
Odyssey,
here's a
all
look
those
at what you've
mock
been missing
locations of the
before the
temples and
upcoming
stuff like
season
that.
finale.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And again, props for Ubisoft for their
Why do you think this
scaling
works?
of
This is
the
an
Assassin's
involuntary
Creed
reaction
games
to.
Being
and
inspired.
those
I was
locations.
emotionally
Like
manipulated.
Unity, that was
What's the difference?
Paris scale was 99% or something like that.
What was?
The scale of the city, it's
That's it. Except
basically
make it
almost
about
one to
me
one.
and not the world.
I feel really seen and heard.
I don't want to see you or hear you.
She played us to get what she wanted.
She inspired
All right,
us.
now we're looking at
emotionally manipulated us.
Mythic Quest. Is this a TV show?
It is, and it actually looks pretty funny. I've seen this trailer
Up
before.
next is an exclusive look at a
I
new
have
trailer
not.
for our feature-length movie, Werewolves Within. It's a whodunit with teeth that'll be coming to
Oh,
theaters
Apple TV.
June 25th
Okay.
and on demand July 2nd.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
I am
feature-length
Josh
movie.
Rubin,
Ubisoft is making a
director of
featured
Werewolves
like
Within.
film.
And I'm
Apparently.
Sam Richardson, the star.
July
of
2nd.
Werewolves
Weird.
Within
out.
was based off the
Okay.
Ubisoft game, and we're so excited to bring you an exclusive look just for you. Check it out.
Huh.
Dr. Ellis?
Well, let's check it out.
Told you she's probably tanked.
Touch this door again, I'll shoot. Again.
Dr. Ellis?
Is this based on a game?
We need
No idea.
answers.
It didn't disappear.
What?
It's not Emerson Flint. It's one of you.
Oh. Okay, well, look, we don't understand. Please come out.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Ranger Wheeler. You could be one of them.
One of what? A what?
A werewolf.
The roads are effed. Something's wrong with the generator. Also, there's a dead body under your porch.
Oh, it's one of those horror films.
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
Out of curiosity, who is packing? You having a go,
Okay,
kid?
there's a lady in the background. Her. She looks like the AT&T commercial
is.
girl. It is her?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Everybody's going, how the heck?
Yeah.
Not littering, I'm just excited.
Not judging, just watching. Follow Mythic Quest on Apple TV Plus, and be sure to catch Werewolves Within this summer, in theaters or on your on-demand platforms.
No hero story is complete without a great rival to match them. After all,
That could
even
be
the
fun.
most vile
I mean, it
tyrant
could
is
be.
the star of
So
their
what was
own
the game it was actually based on?
When it
I
comes
didn't
to
see it.
memorable villains, no one is it better than Far Cry.
Yeah, that's what they said. Based on the popular game you've never heard of. That's not usually how popularity works. But, you know, taglines. I kind of remind, like, was that One Night with a Werewolf, like the card game? One Night Werewolf. Yeah, like that was the impression that I was getting from that.
He gave up his ticket.
Huh.
For his family.
Okay.
Bullshit. Alejo's an orphan.
Alejo's not going anywhere anymore. Come on, Marco. Let them on.
Vamos.
Good man.
Get on the boxing now.
Far Cry is one of those games that I've seen other people play, but I haven't actually played it myself. But I feel like I should.
Gracias.
Don't worry about it, chamaco.
Here. That's all I've got.
This isn't right, Danny. We should be fighting, not running to the Yankees.
Alejo gave you a fucking gift, Lira. We survive. Same as the orphanage, same as the academy.
What's that?
Please, no, this is a fishing boat. No, no.
Tyrion, you just got us on screen right now. There we go.
Before he was El Presidente, mi papa loved to fish. We would go out on a boat, just like this, and we would catch the fish and then release them. He would say, it's not always about your stomach, mijo. It's about the challenge. Except when he caught a big, fat, juicy marlin, he was too proud to let that fish go.
See, Tirano! You have poisoned Yara! You have poisoned your sword!
I've caught a very big fish today. Haven't I, Diego? Diego!
Oh my gosh.
No way.
I have caught you, mijo. Now it's time to bring you home.
I don't want this anymore, Papa.
We have no choice.
Let them go. They can work. Make Viviro.
Truth or lies?
Truth.
They could be good workers. They could help rebuild paradise. But if you wanted them to live, you would have never set foot on this fucking boat. 13 years old. And Diego has such compassion for his people. These fish, we will catch and release.
The voice acting's really good. Just based on what I'm seeing here. Who?
You've just seen another
Esposito.
disturbing lesson
Carlo
from Anton
Esposito.
Castillo. Passed down to his son Diego as he grooms him to become the future
That's why.
ruler of Yara.
Okay, I thought he looked.
The most important part of crafting a Far Cry villain isn't the fact that they're evil or shocking. It's that there's someone that could sit across from you at the dinner table and charm you into thinking that everything they believe,
Yeah, that's
no matter how twisted
that's
or
pretty fun.
horrifying, could be absolutely true. That's the secret to Anton's power, and we couldn't be prouder to have him join the
Far Cry
Cry
6.
family. Now,
No, it's
when
not out yet,
creating Anton,
right?
we had quite a lot to live up
Okay.
to. Because when you think Far Cry, you think about its rich legacy of villains.
Yeah, I played some of Far Cry 4. I enjoyed that game quite a bit. It was pretty fun.
A special day for Far Cry fans. Not only
Didn't they
did
do a
we
game
get
where
to see into the
it was
mind
like
of
Far
Anton
Cry
Castillo,
Primal
we
or something like that?
finally
Where
get to invade
Yes,
some of our
that's
they-
post-launch
that one looked
plans.
interesting to me.
Our
Yeah, they went
dream
back
was to honor the Far Cry villains tradition and introduce
to like
a brand new
the origins
experience.
of man
It
cave
is
stuff.
time to see the other
It just
side.
looked open world,
Go
exploratory,
further
and
down the
mammoths,
rabbit
and I'm
hole.
like,
And
I
it's up
want to
to
try
you
that.
Yeah.
to find a way out.
I have not. I want to.
I've done a little bit, but not much. They are.
Who's watching?
Once you kind of play one, it's fairly similar to the rest. But
Where the fuck am I?
I too am a king who isn't afraid to slaughter to get what he wants.
Is this a test? A dream?
Flying sharks. Oh man.
switch to the main E3 stream. That way we can actually, when we're talking, it'll show up a little bit better, I think.
You are beyond salvation.
Can I have a definition of insanity?
Go to youtube.com/E3. Yep, the Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon looked really cool. Did you play that? You like it?
We're so excited for you all to check out this next game.
Yeah, Far Cry has been going for a long time. They've had some really good ones. They've had some ones that are fine. A lot of times, though, it's very similar. But I think they're pretty good games in general.
Hey, I know that guy.
What the heck? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I
What
liked Rabbids. I played that
happened
quite a
to-
bit. It's a tactics game.
Oh. At first I was like, what happened to Peach? And I'm like, oh wait, that's not Peach.
No, this is a great game. I did not think they were still doing anything with it though. What I remember hearing about this game was it was very interesting that Ubisoft really had to pitch Mario using guns in a way that was friendly because Nintendo didn't want Mario using guns. That's not something that they've ever been okay with. But they made this one work pretty well. I wonder if this must be a sequel then. Because the first game came out, I think, pretty much when the Switch launched. It was, which means that this is not a DLC, because that's way too old. Is that? That's Samus's ship right there. An interpretation. you reload the?
I tried.
Yeah.
We're behind.
What?
Oh, you must not have ad block on it. That's your problem. Alright.
Those bomb-oms.
Yep. Absolutely are. Sparks of Hope. Yep, I would definitely play this. I like the Rabid games.
I've never played the Rabid game.
So it's a tactics game, kind of like XCOM.
Okay.
But with Mario.
Oh.
But they do a really good job. Mario can like bounce on enemies, but they show you where you're gonna land, so it really allows you to think. It's a lot simpler and easier than XCOM, but it still has quite a bit of depth to it. You don't lose your characters forever.
It's fair to say that we did something quite
Mario can't
surprising
actually
with the
die.
concept of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
Mario
And for
never
this project,
dies.
Man, XCOM is a good game, though. I mean, he dies, but he comes back.
He's never truly gone.
And I'm so excited to
Yeah.
be back as well today to unveil our new project, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We are diving back into this unique crossover.
This guy's beard
with
game is
even
strong.
bigger ambition, expanding our universe on a major scale. This time it's not just the Mushroom Kingdom. There is an entire galaxy to save. To do so, you will lead a brave yet reckless team of unique heroes, including some fresh faces like Rabbids Rosalina and other surprises. On their quest to repel evil across the galaxy, their spaceship will bring them
Mario
from
is
planet to
probably
planet.
the
They will be
most
facing
diverse
a
character in
powerful
gaming when
villain,
it comes to the genres he's been in.
an enemy unlike
I don't
anything
think any other
our
character
heroes
has been in as many genres, let alone games,
But they won't be
as
alone.
Mario.
By their side, they will have their new allies, the
It is crazy.
These surprising creatures,
And it kind of just goes to show
born from
that
the merge
you don't
of
actually
Rabbids
have to make
and
a character
Lumas
that is
will lend their wild powers
super in
to our
depth, that has
heroes.
all this
Their nature
backstory. You
and
just need to have a
origin
character that looks
are at the
iconic,
core of our story.
and then you can plug him in anywhere you want.
Let's keep some surprises
Like,
for
it,
later.
it doesn't matter.
After the tremendous success of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle,
No, I didn't know
the
that it actually did
entire
that
team
well.
Was moved by the amazing reception.
Like,
from
I
players
liked
across
it.
the world. We were stunned by the love we felt for this unexpected team up. We know we've been off the radar for a while now, as we wanted to take the time needed
Oh,
to bring
sold
this
over 2 million
crossover
copies.
to the next
That's
level.
actually really
It's
good.
Not just a new story with new enemies.
To be
new
fair, they
heroes.
also didn't have much competition when the Switch
Mario
launched.
Plus Rabbids
Like,
Sparks
there
of
was
Hope
very
has big
little in the way of
ambitions.
games.
It introduces new action
You had
elements
Zelda,
into the mix that will push the boundaries
which is
of tactical
great.
games
So great.
even further.
Zelda sold more
That being
copies
said,
than
we also
Switches.
wish to offer
Really?
an easy-to-play
Yes, people were overbuying Zelda because they
hard to
couldn't get the
master for those of
Switch.
you that are willing to take the challenge, and you will be able to experience this cosmic adventure.
But 2 million copies is also really
on the
good.
Nintendo
Yeah.
Switch.
Most recent Mario
can't
game
wait to
I've
tell you more
played
about the game
is the newest Mario Party.
There is an entire galaxy to save, and we
a lot of
cannot
fun.
wait for
That's
you
fair.
to experience it.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. Ooh,
Ah, it's-
gameplay. Okay.
It's so bright and colorful and
Oh yeah, Mario is very Rabbids. I mean, every
Oh.
Mario game is pretty colorful. Until it gets taken over, of course.
still colorful, just
This,
not in a
I think this is
happy way.
Extraction, right? Rainbow Six Siege Extraction.
My gosh, they could they could totally plant Mario in there.
Yes, as they should.
So for these,
Okay,
like,
interesting.
for these Mario games like this, that's not something like Mario Party or Mario Kart or whatever. Has Bowser not been like the main bad guy or the boss in a
No,
while?
he gets changed quite frequently.
Okay.
Sometimes he is, sometimes he's not. What is that? Was that Final Fantasy right there?
I missed it, whatever it would have been.
I think that was like Cloud from Final Fantasy.
That's from 7, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna say this looks way like the gameplay on it looks a lot different than the first. I'm getting a vibe that it's more action oriented, but at the same time, I think they've just upgraded the movement system that they have in it. So in most tactics games, you got a grid, you got squares that you can move, right? Like XCOM,
Right.
we're just looking at Metal Gear? No, Slugs Tactics, right? But this looks like they've opened up the area, so you have an area you can move in, but then you can just free run. It's the same idea. You can only move X amount of space, but you're allowed to actually just free run between it and then just stop where you want, which I've never seen before in a tactics game like that. Assuming it is still a tactics game. I assume it is, but that might be assuming an awful lot.
Well, only time will tell, because it did show a 2022 release date.
So it's got a ways to go.
Millions of players.
Although
from around the
2022 is
world
only like 6 months
share
away.
memorable experiences
Yikes.
and moments of joy. This is one of the real powers of video games. And it is what motivates everyone at Ubisoft to do our best. Finally, my sincere thanks to you, the players. We appreciate the trust you place in us.
I'm not sure who this is.
Your involvement in our
Okay.
games communities keep them growing and vibrant.
Which means that this would be
We
the
want to create
end
original,
of
enriching,
Ubisoft's
long-lasting
Forward,
game
right?
worlds.
Yeah.
And your contributions,
Okay.
feedback, and support
I was thinking it's
make it
Gearbox or
possible.
something.
Gearbox is at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Which looks like it's going to be in about an hour.
I got the stream, so it's just you guys now.
Okay. So, if there's nothing else to be shown here, I think we might take a short break and we'll come back probably in about 30 minutes and then we'll talk about what we've seen, what we liked the most, and go a little more in depth on those games. Because Rabbids looks great. Extraction looks really, really interesting. And I want to do a deeper dive into Extraction and what that's actually going to entail. Because they did not give us much details on it.
Well, did it show the release date for that?
I don't know. Rainbow Six Extraction. September 16th.
Okay.
So a little ways away. It's not that far, but it's definitely not right around the corner. It looks like there is something else coming up though.
Yeah.
So they're not totally done yet. Let's see what else they've got in store for us.
Oh my gosh, it's Avatar.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh. I have heard rumor of this for so long.
Wow.
I know Cameron still wants to make, what is it, another 6 Avatar movies or something?
Yeah, he keeps pushing the release dates back.
Avatar. Wow, they missed that bandwagon by a decade?
Yeah.
So popular when it came out.
When it came out,
Immediately forgotten.
yeah.
Like,
I mean, they didn't forget it apparently.
yeah. I mean, this could be cool though.
It could be.
So then I wonder what the antagonists are, or who they are in this. Is it going to be the humans again, or is it something different?
It's got to be something different. The humans were pushed back, unless
this was before they were pushed back, because nope, there they are.
Yeah?
I mean, it's basically sci-fi Pocahontas.
Yeah?
But way better.
Prettier. When did they start wearing that much outfits, though?
Yeah.
They used to just wear loincloths. Those ships cannot aim, though. Tell you what.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be way more advanced at this point.
You'd think so.
I mean, the aircraft they're using is something that exists today called an Osprey. It's not a very pretty looking thing.
I think it's beautiful in its own way.
Okay, well, to each their own.
Frontiers of Pandora.
Huh.
Hey, 2022.
That doesn't really do anything for me. Like we said, Avatar was fine. It was a cool movie to see in 3D. It had its month or two of insane popularity.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people still love it. There are entire medical conditions about Avatar, apparently, where people were so engrossed in the movie that they became depressed when they had to stop watching it.
Jeez.
Fun.
But
as far as all the games we've seen here, I'm pretty impressed. There's quite a few of these that I've said I'm going to try out. I'm going to play.
Mm-hmm. I'm really excited for a couple of these. Yeah. We'll come back with our top list of what we saw from Ubisoft when we get back. And
Yes.
we'll break that down because some of these look really good. Some of them are okay, which is to be expected. Everyone has different things they like. So, yeah, Extraction I think looks really good. Riders Republic, that's what it was called.
Yeah, I was trying to remember it too. Favorite man in overalls.
Yeah, we're gonna go somewhere. All right, so we'll be back in a little bit. We'll do our breakdown of the Ubisoft show and what we love the most, and we'll see you all then.
E3 crew back there just started screaming. The hype, that was just the perfect way to end it, I think.
Yeah.
It was just a taste of it, right? But the visuals, I mean, it completely got me to my core. We know that there's so many movies coming out. What is it, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I believe?
Yeah, a lot.
So
A
this
lot.
is just building up with the hype for the movies. But I just want to be the Na'vi, and I want to ride a pterodactyl creature like a surfboard. Like that
Okay.
just looked so
Okay.
dang cool to me.
I'm glad.
So yeah,
I'm glad. I'm
here
glad
for that.
we're all sharing things we want to do here. Well, you know what I want to do.
What do you wanna
Is play Riders Republic because
yes.
I put out a tweet and I said this game reminds me of Downhill Domination, which
Yeah.
was a game that I absolutely loved back in the day. It was like a mountain biking. It was like one of those games that it came out around the time when all the other extreme sports games were
Yeah.
coming out, and everyone was snagging up properties. And someone said, "How about we have people ride bikes down a mountain?"
Yeah.
And from there, I got hooked. I was addicted. I love that game so much, and that is what Riders Republic felt like to me. I'm genuinely excited for it.
So I've always loved sports games like this because I'm 6'2" and incredibly uncoordinated. I cannot snowboard to save my butt. In fact, I just land on my butt the whole time. So I'm definitely excited to try out snowboarding, but I also want to drive an ice cream truck. You went crazy for the ice cream truck. You were like,
yeah, oh, no,
is that an ice cream
it was
truck?
the ice cream bicycle.
Oh,
yeah,
it was an ice
yeah,
cream bicycle, yeah.
The little dolly. It was so good. I loved it. But by the way, guys, we had a poll go out here, and it seems like no surprise, especially given that it came at the end, but Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is the game that it was everyone's favorite that was announced. 41% resounding score there. But there were
Pretty
some
dominant,
good ones.
yeah.
There were some good ones. So also shout out to the people who voted Riders Republic. I appreciate you. But there were some fun ones. Real quick, I do want to touch on Rocksmith because
Yeah,
that game has been going on for such a long time now. But I was explaining it before, and me and Avali, we were like chatting about it, and it's like, it's one of those things that it's not just a game, it's an experience about learning how to try something new, how to play guitar, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced, you can gamify it, or you can just learn all together. It's a really cool idea, and I'm glad that Ubisoft continues to support it.
Yeah, I think for me, I would not be able to invest the time, invest the money into playing the guitar. But
Yeah.
I thought that it was really interesting that it was in this video game format, So I was just like, like maybe this is something that I could mess with, you know?
Yeah, and then obviously Rainbow Six Extraction. We don't have a lot of time.
We gotta talk about
so we
Rainbow
just
Six
gotta talk about
Extraction. Oh my God.
Extraction. Looks so good. We're going to have the panel talking about it as well, I'm sure.
Yes.
As Rainbow Six fans, both you and I have worked Rainbow Six Esports in the past. This is an awesome thing to see, a co-op Rainbow Six game for all of us.
Yeah, I think that there's so many zombie games out there, right? So you pick the one that fits you. And obviously we love Siege. So what's so great about this is that we get to play the operators that we love, use the gadgets on zombies. Like, I'm 100% here for this.
Or a version of them, more like monsters,
okay, well, they were
right?
called the Archeans,
The
right? And it's an
Archeans.
alien parasite. You're right. Correct
Yes,
me
yeah,
again. I'm sorry.
Jackie just really likes zombies.
I do. But what I'm so excited for is that we get to play our favorites, like Ash and Pulse and Nomad. Like we saw Ella as well. Like it was just so awesome to see our operators in action, and then against Archeans. Not zombies, sorry. I'm sorry.
There it is.
But
There it is. We'll work on that one, Jackie. But yeah, we're obviously really excited. It was a great show, and obviously I'm sure everyone is going off in the chat. But for more on what we just witnessed, let's kick things over to Greg and the crew. Greg, what did you guys think of the show?
What I think, Golden Boy, is that it is ridiculous that you didn't. It's an insult to the entire franchise that you didn't bring up Far Cry 6.
I saved it for you.
You didn't save me nothing. Cut his mic. Why is he talking right now? Damon, it's happened, right? Voss popped up. Pagan popped up. I looked over you. This face of what is going on? What is going on?
I don't have the answers, Greg, but I'm excited to find out. It's part of the season pass for Far Cry 6. Some mode that's going to let us play these great villains from the Far Cry series from 3, 4, and 5. I mean, I hope there's more to it than just here's a gun, your boss, just shoot people through a short level. I know, I hope there's a little bit more to it than that, but it's cool they've got the voice actor for Voss, Michael Mondo, back, which means that now both Michael Mondo and Giancarlo Esposito are both in Better Call Saul and Far Cry 6. That's pretty cool.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, if you wanted to go even beyond villains, even though I thought that was so cool, and what is it going to be? Are we going after, is this the afterlife of finding out what's going on? We're seeing it right here, right? This performance right here from Giancarlo, right? Of going through and seeing him perform and just come in and eat up the scenery. And just like, that is what I want out of this game, Michael. I can't wait to get into Far Cry 6 and get this story.
Yeah, this is the most I've been hyped for Far Cry since Far Cry 2. I gotta shout out Far Cry 2.
This hipster.
Best in the series.
Yeah, okay, we get it. You're cool.
I know, right? Oh, you played them all
we
before.
get it. Oh, wow. What about one, though?
One's fine, but like the thing about Far Cry 6 is that yes, they've come out and said like, yeah, we're trying to go all in on the story. It's supposed to be this political drama, and I want to see how Far Cry is able to handle that when they go all in on it, because like they've kind of tiptoed around it with previous games, but the primary objective of those games is to blow things up, and that's pretty much still the case with Far Cry 6. But how do you balance that? How do you balance like all the fun stuff you want to do and all this violent stuff happening in a story? But how do you make that? How do you humanize a game where all you do is shoot stuff?
You get an incredible actor like Giancarlo Esposito.
Hey, yeah, and I want to be a
load-bearing pillar.
But is it going to be that I watch that cutscene and I'm super into it, and then I go off and hunt a bunch of turkeys for a better wallet?
But while you're hunting those turkeys, don't you feel just that tension?
I
that
feel
he
the
left
politics.
You with? Where you're just like, man, I'm killing these turkeys, but I feel like I should be saving the world or something like that.
Exactly, Avi. Yeah, exactly. Did this work for you? Did this demo, this trailer we see here work?
So I have to be honest with you and be like, I heard scary things about Far Cry before, so I'm more of the Mario and Rabbids type of person. But this sold me. I'm like, okay, cool. This is where I'm going to jump into the series.
Yeah.
And then to see that battle pass where we're seeing like, you know, the past villains and stuff, I'm like, oh, cool. So I just get everything all in one. I'm excited for this. All the story.
Yeah, there's something that works really well about whenever a bad guy shows up and talks about his daddy. You're like, oh, this ain't gonna be a good thing. This ain't gonna be good. I don't like that.
Shouts out to Daddy Issues.
I mean, it's like the Daddy Issues DLC where you get to play as all those past villains as well. So it's going to be a tour down memory lane.
Yeah. Far Cry Therapy Edition.
Now, Dan, of course, everyone here at E3, on camera, off camera, behind the scenes, working night and day to make sure we give the best presentation. They made sure to have a camera on you.
Oh, no.
And apparently when the Avatar game happened, you heard Jackie and Golden Boy talk about the fact that everyone went wild. It wasn't everybody, it was you.
I think it was an understated reaction.
Can we see this clip? Do we have this clip ready? Look at there, look at this, look at this. Now, we can't play it because there are so many curse words. Meanwhile, Avi's stunned.
Look, sometimes you have to speak your truth. You have to let your heart sing. Open yourself to the world. And I am fully open to another wild adventure in Pandora because the movie came out in 2009. Sure. They have been promising movie after movie for God knows how long. They're making 4 sequels. So, I don't know, James Cameron believes in this so wholeheartedly. He's been like, hey, I've been at the bottom of the literal ocean. All I care about is Avatar, and all you should care about is Avatar. So I'm going to place my trust in James Cameron and the fine folks at Ubisoft to deliver an adventure worthy of that level of spectacle. Sure. I'm just shocked that it's actually a thing because it feels like an old wives' tale anytime you hear a mention of an Avatar sequel. So I'm just happy that one of them is actually real and tangible.
Yeah. That would be the takeaway from it, and I think that was what I walked away from it. As somebody who saw the movie, I think with Damon, years and years and years and years, another lifetime ago when we would go see Metreon movies all the time, right? Like, it's not a series that I've looked back at and been like, oh man, I can't wait for more sequels, but watching the gameplay of it here, right? Going through the open world, seeing them already start to mix that up and how beautiful it looks, I'm excited to see what they do with the franchise.
It looks very pretty.
Yeah.
I am not being paid to be here today. It's going to be difficult for me to muster enthusiasm for the Avatar game.
So beyond Far Cry, what got you?
Mario plus Rabbids.
Yeah.
Love the first game. It looks like they changed the battle system this time around, though. Did you guys notice it's not grid-based anymore?
Yeah.
You can free roam around your circle of movement there. Also, it seems to be based on Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, you got the shines in there. You got
Rosalina in there too, and I love the Rosalina Rabbit. We're just like, I gotta get out there.
Powerful vibe.
I'm not gonna go do this.
And I'm like, oh, cool. That's me, getting up every single morning. I'm like, I can relate to this. Let's get into this game. But it looks so cool.
Yeah, I love it when you can see Mario just duff someone out straight up.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier, it's like when Mario gets violent, I'm like, oh dang, he's angry. He's angry now.
He came out of that ship fully strapped, dual-wielding pistols.
Yeah.
He is not messing around.
Relax, my guy.
And I think, as we watch it right now, this is one of the things I think Ubisoft did well. We've talked about this coming in that, that they have an hour-long presentation here. And again, it is off the back of a pandemic year and still being in a pandemic. So it wasn't, hey, here's 24 games. It was, hey, here are games and here are good looks at them, longer looks at them. Michael, did that work for you? Because obviously I know in the beginning you get into these situations of you're watching something like Rainbow Six Extraction. You're watching something like Riders Republic. And if that's not your kind of game, obviously you're like, okay, cool. But I thought they did a good job, especially with Rabbids, of here's a trailer, here's us talking about it, and here's the gameplay for it.
I think that's important because it shows that they're very serious about this game that they're making. It's not just another game on a slate of a bunch of other ones.
Yeah.
So like going all in on Riders Republic. Shouts out to Blessing Adeoye Jr. I know you're hyped up for Riders Republic.
Oh, actually, good point. I'm sorry. I was reacting to Riders Republic with Blessing on Kind of Funny.
Oh, damn.
And I brought up the fact that you told me that he needs to be better about doing his utensils.
Whoa, hey!
He said you have to be better about getting the styrofoam out of the house. So
yo!
Just putting it out there.
Beef 3. Yo, when I get back home, we're beefing.
Okay, just making sure you knew. Just making sure.
Settle it on the mountain.
It's a lot of tension.
Oh, I'm shamed.
Avi, I got about 30 seconds, but I want with pre-show. You saw a bunch of little games. What
Oh
were
my
the ones
gosh,
that
I
stood
had
out
to
you?
write them down because they were so cute. So there was Bravery Network Online that looked really cute. It had like Scott Pilgrim-ish art style, and it's like a strategic turn-based game that looked cool. Cannot pronounce it. Dorfromantic, which is like
Nailed
world
it. You crushed
building,
it. You
calm.
crushed
It
it.
was super cute, but there were a lot of like these cute indie games and smaller games that were coming out. Brawlhalla had, I think,
Yeah.
TMNT joining them. So all of these updates and stuff that are coming,
Yeah.
like I'm like, ooh, okay.
Yep,
I'm gonna check this stuff out.
Yeah, we even ran out of time to talk about Assassin's Creed Valhalla having more stuff and promising a second year of support, which is not something they usually do. But
Yeah.
very, very cool. There's so much to talk about here at E3. But fans were, of course, disappointed last October when the news came out they were going to delay Far Cry 6. With the first look at gameplay a couple weeks ago, reigniting the fans' flames for this franchise, the developers joined forces with our partners over at Reddit for a Q&A style AMA.
Well, actually, long before joining Far Cry, I had a big interest in history and political science and revolution simply due to my family's own history. So when it came to actually working on a Far Cry, you know, right from the beginning, I was fascinated, and the team was really fascinated by the idea of what does it take for someone to take up arms against this overwhelming force, this overwhelming regime. And so that invited a lot of questions and themes about the game. You know, when does your revolution begin? How far are you willing to go for that revolution? Are you fighting that revolution for the right reasons? Those were the kinds of questions that we felt we wanted to challenge our characters to answer in the story. Finally, I get to answer the question, what is the ending of Far Cry 6? Well, it's really simple. Water buffalo. I think it's super difficult to boil that down to one thing. I think first and foremost, being able to work with such an amazing, dedicated, talented, creative, diverse team on this project has been unbelievable. And also watching everyone's voice sort of represented in the DNA of our game has been really exciting to see. I think, you know, there's sort of a highlight reel that goes off in my mind over the course of production. Everything from debating the tiniest script detail in our writers' rooms to trying the Exterminador Supremo backpack for the first time, controller in hand, to our last day of performance capture with our amazing cast and crew. You know, and also just all the amazing moments with our collaborators, our experts, our consultants who joined us to make this epic, meaningful story that had something to say. I have so much to be thankful for. There's way more favorite moments in the course of this project, but that's just a few of them. I will say epic, meaningful, and surprising. And I hope you appreciate that I am saying only 3 words right now, because that was excruciatingly difficult as a narrative director. We really tried to approach this with the idea that every Far Cry sort of has its own story and its own world. There's usually some loose connections between the games, but for us, we really wanted to look at the story of Yara, you know, and the revolution between Danny and Liberton on one side versus Anton and his regime on the other. It actually really depends on how you play. You know, right from the start, you're really going to be able to approach the campaign however you choose. It was really important for us for you to have that freedom, so you're going to be able to navigate your own path at your own pace and hit missions, checkpoints, F&D bases, and a lot more. I think something that was new for us and something exciting for us to bring into the brand was this idea that you would have these moments with Anton and Diego where the player wasn't there, that we would have these throughout the game, and you'd get to see the revolution really from Anton and Diego's perspective. And it just gives you a bigger picture of how the story is playing out in Yara. There's a lot to unpack there. The first thing is, Reign of Diego is a fantastic name for a Far Cry, but I am not falling for this trick. However, the previous question is super interesting, which is, how did we land on this notion of family in Far Cry 6? I think what was really interesting for us to explore was this notion that how can a dictator commit such horrible human rights abuses against their own country while simultaneously talk about how great a father they are. That was something we really wanted to mine. And also with the notion that, over 50 years, the Castillos have had some hand in Yara's politics and his future. And I think this notion of inheritance came up, and the idea that, Anton really believes that Yara is his and is for Diego to own, that the Castillos are the keys to quote unquote rebuild paradise. That was really fascinating for us. Thanks for joining me today and for allowing me this opportunity to answer some of your questions. Far Cry 6 launches on October 7th. I can't wait for you to dive into Yara.
Ubisoft and Reddit there for that AMA, but now it's my time. I'm turning the tables on you, all right? So everybody, the question is gonna be, what do you want from Far Cry 6? What's the one thing you want from Far Cry 6?
Didn't you see the ending? That's all I care about. Chorizo, right? Just that little dog. And I gotta look at him. I think he's like a pre-order.
Oh yeah, well, you can get special outfits for him. I think.
Yeah, special outfits.
Yeah.
Chorizo's in a wheelchair.
I know.
He's a doggy on wheels. That's all I care about in Far Cry 6.
Okay, cool. Wiener dog on wheels. Put it out there. Damon.
That was a joke, but actually the real ending probably is you just get to chill out with Chorizo. And like in the story,
sure.
Well, the villain has been defeated. Now I can retire and just relax with Chorizo.
See, I think that's a fake out, because a lot of Far Cry games, if you just chill out at the beginning, there's like a false ending. You can beat the game in 5 minutes. So in that one, Chorizo just lulls you into a false sense of security, then brat, game over.
Oh wow, he was from the inside the entire time. He's a double
Chorizo's
agent.
a big heel turn. I'm sorry to spoil this, but
wow, I didn't see that one coming,
Shocking.
Michael.
I want Far Cry 6 to say it with their chest. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you have the narrative director front and center.
Yeah.
And not many games do that. And he's out here saying, yo, it's going to be meaningful. We're trying to say something. And I think this is a very deliberate move for Ubisoft to put him at the forefront to tell everybody, like, yeah, we are serious about this. So whatever it is they want to say about in their game, I want them to say it with their chest.
And see, that's what I want too. Like when I'm thinking about this, what I want is the narrative to hook me. And I want it to go places that Far Cry doesn't necessarily go before, right? I think Far Cry often does a great job of punching you in the face and giving you a great setup. And then for me personally, it doesn't work. And I'm thinking specifically about 5. I thought 5 opened so strong, but I fell off in terms of what I was doing when I was going in there. So I hope 6, really drives that home, sticks with it.
Seems like they built a really expansive world, at least from a narrative perspective, and I hope the mission design sort of lives up to that, because sort of the problem you have with sandbox games sometimes is running into that feeling of repetition, like you're doing the same thing over and over again. And I feel like you have so much potential here. So yes, I understand some things are going to be repetitive by nature, but hopefully we get more variety this time around as well.
I don't need it. Damon and I will just clear out posts.
Yeah,
outposts. Do you guys want some more Ubisoft insights? Well, you're in luck, because we've got some info straight from Ubisoft with the help from our friends at PC Gamer.
Ubisoft has been pretty quiet about Rainbow Six Extraction since it was announced back in 2019, so I'm definitely curious what it's like to finally get to open up about the game and show off some gameplay recently.
We're super excited as a team to finally reveal our game.
we want the people to put their hands on it as soon as possible. So, yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, and I also want to speak to the inception of Rainbow Six Extraction, what it was like to build a new team to expand on that concept into a full-blown game.
We were lucky enough to be able to put up a completely new team, completely different from the Siege team, with talents from pretty much all the brands that we did it at Ubisoft Montreal, so Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, For Honor, Watch Dogs, and also people from Rainbow Six Siege, and also people who worked on the very first Rainbow Six game, so Vegas and Vegas 2.
And I think a lot of people going into E3 are going to be curious just what an average mission, like an average hour of Rainbow Six Extraction looks like. So can you walk us through the basic gameplay loop?
First of all, it's a three-player co-op, so squad-based. It's a tactical game because it's a Rainbow Six game. It's a first-person shooter. And so you're doing what we call incursions. So as operators, Rainbow Six operators, you enter containment zones, which are mysterious and which regenerate every time. And you have to extract, which is why the game is called Extraction. You risk it all every time you go in this zone, so you must get out, but with the information that you're looking for.
I think I saw in a recent demo also that you'll be able to choose when to extract mid-mission if you're not doing so well.
Actually, you can extract at 3 different places in an incursion map. Each map is divided in 3 submaps, and it's really up to the players to decide if they want to go further.
I'm curious what it was like transitioning gadgets that are in Rainbow Six Siege into Extraction, to a PvE environment, and how the team decided, which operators come over. Siege has a roster of over 50 characters now, and I saw 9 in the game so far. So I'm curious how you guys decide what makes the cut.
There were different layers in order to select them. The first one is obviously we selected the ones that were the most fit, at least at the base, for a PvE game, but also being able to play alone. As I said, you can play this game alone with a friend or with 2 friends. So the most fit for this job. And then we obviously reworked them to make sure that we push them to their full potential within our game genre and within our fantasy, while keeping them highly tactical.
A good example I noticed was Vigil, who in Siege can become invisible on cameras. In Extraction, he becomes invisible to enemies, essentially, for a limited time.
That's a very good example of the adaptation that we made, and it's the case for all the ops.
I doubt you can say much about it, but I did also want to ask about Extraction's narrative. How much of a campaign is there that players will recognize, or what type of story is being told in the game?
Extraction starts 3 years after the events of New Mexico, where the parasite was seemingly contained by the Rainbow Six by then. But immediately after the events, they created the React organization. And out of nowhere, with no reason, the parasite emerged again on 4 different sites in the US. So React had to become really active and intervene in those 4 different zones, 4 different areas in the US, where they sent the Rainbow Six React operators.
Is Extraction a live service game as much as Siege is? Will it be receiving seasonal updates, more missions, that kind of thing on a pretty regular basis?
So I can't reveal too much for now. What I can say is yes, there's a post-launch plan.
All right.
Absolutely.
How's that? And I know Ubisoft has also recently committed to having crossplay in as many games as possible. I'm curious if it's been confirmed yet whether Extraction will have crossplay and on top of that cross-progression, cross-platform.
I cannot answer for now, but I'll be very happy to answer later.
And that was a bit more information on Rainbow Six Extraction. Damon Hatfield, I remember 14 years ago moving to San Francisco and bringing home an Xbox 360 and you and me playing Rainbow Six Vegas.
Dude, so many good memories. Both that and Vegas too, yeah.
Of course.
And of course, this is a little bit different. Rainbow Six is different today.
Yeah.
But I am excited for Extraction for a couple reasons. I know Siege is a great game, super popular. I'm not really a PvP guy though, so sort of reworking the Rainbow Six gameplay into a PvE game, much like Back 4 Blood, that seems really cool. And also, just given the choice, if I'm ever given the choice between a realistic setting and sci-fi, fantasy, or horror, I'm always going to go with the latter. So this Extraction is really speaking to me. I like it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? Of like, I've played Siege, I've enjoyed Siege, but the PvP thing has never been my scene. So to take, like they said, weeks ago, take all that information that they've learned, all those mechanics, bringing me in here, it gets me going too, and I do want to get in there. Now, Michael, you gonna play?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna play it because Rainbow Six Siege is my favorite multiplayer shooter, like on the block right now.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I was a big Counter-Strike player, and Rainbow Six Siege is the game that kind of elevated that style of multiplayer experience. But of course, Extraction being a way to kind of take the fascinating mechanics, the operators, all the different things that you could do in Rainbow Six Siege, but it makes you think about those things a little bit differently. And I know that Jackie and I were watching it and seeing how the operators are being used because the threat is very different than other like live players. So I think that they have such a strong foundation with the operators and with Siege. So this is like, I got my eyes on Extraction big time.
Avi, what about you?
I'm thinking about the entire experience of the game because it's been how long since we've had like some really good multiplayer. Let's go shoot up some zombies, some aliens, some whatever is running towards us screaming.
Slimy tar monster men, yeah.
Exactly right. And same thing with Siege. It's like, your friends can get mad at the people we're playing against. Oh, they're smurfing. Oh, they're this and that. And now it's like, hey man, it's AI. Either get good or we're gonna replace you with someone else. So that's what I'm super excited for, to team up with two other buddies.
You're turning on your friends. That's what you're excited for.
It is on them. Like if I'm picking up kills, that's fine. And if they're dying, then we'll replace them. You want to play sometime? Ditch him?
Oh sure, yeah, totally. We don't want to ditch him. We can. I mean, it's 3 players. We all have different. Dan, are you playing? Do we need to?
If there's room for me in the group, then
see,
yes.
All right, we'll kick around.
We'll kick him out.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. She's got all these new G4 friends I've been hearing about. They've been hanging out. Don't worry about it. So those weren't the only things Ubisoft planned to show off today. We have an exclusive new clip for their upcoming comedy horror movie, Werewolves Within, based off the game of the same name. It stars Melania Weintraub and Sam Richardson. Let's take an exclusive look.
Hey everyone, I'm Margaret Boykin, Director of Film Development at Ubisoft Film and Television and producer of Werewolves Within. I'm so excited to show you the trailer for this movie. It's our first independently produced feature, and I'm even more excited to have the genius writer behind it, Mishna Wolf, here with me. I was lucky enough to work with Mishna to develop the story for this film during Ubisoft's inaugural Women's Film and Television Fellowship, and we are both so proud of the finished product.
Hi everyone, I'm Mishna Wolf, and I'm the screenwriter of the upcoming Werewolves Within film. I wrote it in the Ubisoft Women's Fellowship, and you could say the project sort of chose me since Wolf is kind of my last name. The movie is a modern-day horror comedy whodunit starring Sam Richardson as a forest ranger who comes to a small town, and Melania Weintraub is the postal worker. Together, they have to keep the peace while trying to uncover the truth behind a mysterious creature who's been terrorizing the community.
Please enjoy this world premiere clip from Werewolves Within. We can't wait for you to check out the film on June 25th.
Mrs. Anderson?
It's the damn devil that ate my baby! Devin found her like this.
I have a triathlon in August, so, 4 a.m. sprints, and I heard screaming. Well, let's be honest, the whole neighborhood heard screaming.
I told you, I didn't need your help!
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
My baby! That monster killed my Chachi!
I'm so sorry, I'm confused. Are we talking about a real baby? Because if that's the case, oh my God. But if not, it's a
For
dog.
God's sake, Joaquin, show a little respect.
It's Joaquin with an M.
I don't mean to be rude, Pete, but your dog only barked at Jews.
And brown people, no carbs.
There's something out there!
Probably just a coyote.
Or a possum, hun?
And that is some Werewolves Within. Dan, I'm being told we have to go to you first.
I'm glad they told you that because I do love a good horror comedy, and this cast is low-key stacked with a bunch of people. You may not know their name, but they are genuinely hilarious. You have Sam Richardson from Detroiters, I Think You Should Leave. You have Milana Weintraub, who's an amazing improviser, but you probably know her best from the AT&T commercials, but she is so much more than just advertising cell phones. And then you also have Harvey Guillen from What We Do in the Shadows. So that is an impressive pedigree right there. Just really talented people, and I think it's a rich premise for it because the game, it's all about deception. It's kind of like, you know, before there was Among Us, or maybe simultaneously, you have a game like Werewolves Within where it's all about tricking people into thinking you're not a werewolf, but you secretly are. And that's exactly what we're going to get here.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You know, you talk about the cast and how stacked it is. When we watched it the first time, I was like, oh, I know that person, and I know that person. But they're all the ones from, like, the funny people in the other shows. Like, I noticed the one guard from Orange is the New Black. I'm like, oh, you're in this too?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, yeah, to get them off there and go. Michael, what do you look for in a horror comedy?
Oh my God! I did not expect.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah. No, don't turn it around on me. Don't turn it around on me.
You think this can possibly top an American Werewolf in Paris?
No. No, I mean, that's a classic, right?
No, it's not. That's the
I'm
bad
thinking
one.
London. I'm thinking London. I'm sorry,
It's
David.
all a shared universe. Every werewolf movie canonically is the same universe.
I know what I want.
Here we go.
Yeah, I want people with my kind of skin tone to survive throughout the whole movie. That's
I think
what
you'll
I
get
want.
that. I think you'll get that. I think you'll get that. All right. Do you want more? That isn't the only movie we're showing off today. We've got an exclusive clip from the upcoming movie Free Guy, followed by a one-on-one interview with director Sean Levy and Entertainment Weekly's Nick Romano. But first, we've got a special guest who's giving us a look at his upcoming video game action comedy. I think his name is Ryan something.
Ooh, I like him.
Hello, E3. I'm internationally tolerated film star and Nexus 6 basic pleasure model Ryan Reynolds. At its core, Free Guy is the story of the first self-aware artificial intelligence entity coded into the background of a popular video game known as an NPC. Fun, right? But remember, while AI holds great promise for the future, it may also pose a dire existential threat, and we should wipe it out before it destroys us all. Anyway, enjoy Free Guy. My name is Guy.
Sunday should be warm and sunny, just a scattering of drive-bys.
And I live in paradise. I've got a best friend.
This is the greatest cup of coffee of all time.
Mondays, am I right, Joe?
You said it, Guy.
And I work at the bank.
Everybody down to the ground!
I thought I had everything I needed. But then I met her.
Everybody down on the ground. Everybody except you.
Me?
It's just a...
Please, I have a goldfish.
There's something inside you, Guy.
I don't want something inside me.
I expected you to just follow the rules, but you are so much more than that. Put these on.
Okay, fine. Oh my God! What are these, trick glasses or something?
Guy, there is no easy way to say this. This world, it's a video game. You're not real.
Please stop my...
And the guy responsible for this world is going to destroy it.
You've met God?
Yes, he's an absolute troll.
Trolls exist. Buddy, if we're not real, doesn't that mean that nothing you do matters?
I am sitting here with my best friend trying to help him get through a tough time. Now, if that's not real, I don't know what is.
I know this world is just a game, but this place, these people, that's all I have. So I'm not gonna be the good guy.
Thanks, Guy.
I'm gonna be the great guy.
Well, enjoy your lifetime supply of virginity. Off you go.
This whole good guy routine is ruining the game.
Woo!
Terminate him.
It's the first time I've ever driven a car before.
I really wish you'd mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually hurt my hand. We can save our world, but we have to fight together. I don't even know what's happening right now, but I love it. Time's up, bank teller. Nope.
I can't die. I'm never gonna die.
is Nick Romano with Entertainment Weekly magazine. Thank you so much for joining today's E3 panel conversation with filmmaker Sean Levy. Sean is diving into the world of video games as the director of the movie Free Guy. Ryan Reynolds stars as an NPC, or non-playable character, in the open-world game Free City, who then becomes self-aware of the fact that he's not actually a real person like he thought he was. Comedy and a lot of action ensue. So can you give me like a little bit, a description sort of about your kind of genesis with this project? Like, when did it sort of, this material first come across your way?
So Ryan called me. We had almost made several movies together, and I won't name titles because some of them are about to come out. But so we were introduced years ago through our mutual friend Hugh Jackman, who I got to know on Real Steel, and Hugh had always said, if you guys ever work together, it's going to be gangbusters, because we're both Canadians with lots of daughters, and we really work hard, and then we want to go home to our families. So we have a similar approach to life. We knew each other a little bit. We almost found the right thing. And in the summer of 2018, Ryan texted me saying, do you have a movie for next spring, summer? I think I finally found our film. And we talked about it like a day later, and he said there's this script called Free Guy, and I knew this script because I'd read it 2.5, 3 years earlier. But at that point, all I saw was, oh, it's a gamer film. It's a film about gaming culture. It's a video game premise. Probably there's more hardcore players and gamers who would be better suited to that. But Ryan he said, let's just talk about it. And he goes, I'm a casual gamer myself. I think this is an incredibly juicy premise, but let's take the premise and make it a movie that isn't just for the gaming community. Let's get that right. Let's get that aspect of the movie right. And we work really goddamn hard to do so. But let's also make kind of a postmodern new Truman Show, a movie about a background character who gains awareness of their identity.
Were there specific games that sort of inspired the look and the feel of Free City?
One of the more overt ones is Grand Theft Auto, for sure. Fortnite was another. But what was fun about this, I remember early on, what was fun is the random little tidbits of inspiration. So for instance, I hope they're okay with me kind of sharing this. Like early on, I make Stranger Things. That's kind of my ongoing gig. And so I showed the script of Free Guy to the Duffer brothers, Matt and Ross, who are close friends at this point. And because they play a lot. Matt in particular plays a lot of video games. And he's like, you know what always drives us crazy? And I think he mentioned it was in Spider-Man, like there's this one old lady who's like, she's like an NPC, but she's like a side mission. She's just always bitching about her lost cats. You know what you should do? There should be like a character like that. And so in Free Guy, we created this NPC who is wandering around Free City looking for her cats. And it was just kind of really, there's a perfect example of like, I'll take a good idea from anywhere. I'll take inspiration from anywhere. And I always remember like, oh, there's a lot I don't know. There's a lot of movies I haven't seen and games I haven't played. And so that's another example. I also want to say, Nick, like we were supposed to come to E3 and we had this whole plan last year, actually, for Ryan and I to come with Free Guy, and I wanted to show the whole movie to you guys. And, this is obviously the heart of the world that we were every day cognizant of making a movie for. Making a movie that is different from the other video game movies, because as we said, this isn't an adaptation. It's not literal to anything, but hopefully it's authentic to everything. And hopefully it's authentic to not only games, but more importantly, maybe to the culture of gaming, and that community and how passionate it is, right? Like people really care. They care about what they're playing. They care about the way that world and those games are represented and talked about. And, for me, I don't want to do anything half-assed, and I want to connect with a community that cares in a passionate way. And hopefully we've done what we set out to do, which is to make a movie where that community feels like, okay, that's one for us. And we got it right.
Awesome.
And we are back to
We're
E3.
back.
So we had a good little break, and now we're ready to talk about some of those Ubisoft games that we saw before we jump into the Gearbox software. In about 10 minutes, Gearbox has their presentation, which should have a lot of fun stuff in it, but we have a little bit of time. So first, let's go back and take a look at probably the game that we're most excited about, which was Rainbow Six Extraction. So let's go ahead and bring that up. And we're going to talk about it kind of as we go through it, because it was like, that trailer was great.
It was. It's really great. It made the game look really fun, especially to play as a group.
Yeah, I think it really did too. I think it had a lot going for it. So let's go ahead and walk through this again and check this out.
I used to feel so much peace, staring into the heavens, until a piece of it fell.
Raven-haired Hibana treks through a desert. An asteroid strikes the Earth behind her, unleashing a sandstorm. She emerges from the dust unscathed. Then, she marches through an apocalyptic war zone.
Sorry, that's the audio descriptive one.
An audio descriptive trailer. That's nice that they're inclusive there. Okay, cool. Let's try finding one that is not audio descriptive.
We're the audio descriptive.
Yeah, that's us. That's our job.
That's us.
Don't take it away from us.
Okay. Take two.
Take two. Here we go.
I used to feel so much peace, staring into the heavens, until a piece of it fell.
Raven-haired Hibana treks through a desert. An asteroid strikes the Earth behind her, unleashing a sandstorm. She emerges from the dust unscathed. Then, she marches through an apocalyptic war zone.
And the nightmare began.
Ubisoft Extraction.
Huh, it's weird because it doesn't say that in the title of the game.
It's okay. There's only one person watching, and it's me.
Okay, let me try that.
Oh, just kidding.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go close the door.
Sounds like someone's getting busy with a weed whacker.
Cool. Here we go.
I used to feel so much peace, staring into the heavens, until a piece of it fell. And the nightmare began. We thought it could be contained, but it evolved. So we did too.
One of our own is MIA. I need an extraction team, now.
If there's a way to stop them, you will find it. But I know you will find me first.
Okay, the plan. Nomad, secure our exit. I'll take out the nest.
And I'll find Ivana. The new TMNT game, which came out a couple months ago, is only 3-player. No, not TMNT, sorry, Battletoads.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Battletoads is only 3-player. I'm only seeing 3 options. Stand back! Which does raise that question. This is a nice trailer too. It's very pretty.
Clock's ticking.
I found her. Ivana, hold on. I've got company.
Coming through.
Countermeasures.
Check. Make for the exit. An apex. Get down.
Ella, look out! I don't have the gun.
Not so fast.
Target the breacher! Now's our chance!
Nomad, blow the door. Cover me.
Ooh, it's thrilling.
Hey, you all throwing me a party?
Yeah. Too bad you missed all the fireworks.
Team, it's Ash. We're not done yet. VIP down.
It's really weird, but it's not unheard of. But there's only 3 on the main screen there too. So it's either way, I think it looks really good. I think it's going to be a really fun game, assuming that they just get the core principles down, right?
Yeah.
You need to have a strong connection. If you got latency and lag in that, then it's not going to be good. It's going to be super frustrating.
No.
So just a strong pinning of your network. Just make it work properly, and then just make it preferably not a bullet sponge, right? That's Ubisoft has done that a lot in the past. So did you ever play Division?
I've not played the Division, no.
Division is a really fun game. I played that with my wife quite a bit, and we actually loved the first one.
Mhm.
But the enemies are just bullet sponges, right? So the harder they get, the more ammo it takes, and that's it.
Jeez.
Same thing with like original Halo. You play original
Yeah.
Halo on like Legendary, the most basic grunt takes 3 clips to kill. And it's not more challenging. It's just like you just have to put more ammo into them.
Even if you don't play it on Legendary, like I've played it on normal, and I've used all 60 rounds in the battle rifle for original Halo, and the brute is still like,
yeah. So don't make the enemies a huge bullet sponge. That's a huge thing. Just make them more difficult. So make the Apex smarter. Make you have to actually think when you go up against them, not just unload 50 rockets and then they're dead. That's frustrating. So have it connect well. Don't make bullet sponges.
No.
And a good variety of enemies. I think that's more important than a variety of guns when starting out. Because guns are interesting when you can do lots of things. Like they've clearly got RC cars with cameras. They've got grenades.
They got the little shocker thing. That...
Yeah, they've got electric fences.
Yeah.
So they already have a good variety, but I think it gets really boring if you're fighting the same enemy over and over.
Well, and this trailer only showed 2 kinds of enemies. Earlier, during E3, they did like some gameplay footage where it showed, I think, like 6 different types of things.
They did. They had a good variety. Each level that you entered into, they got harder and they got more diverse, which is great. That's what you need. So,
well, and
we'll see.
just their grunts were scary looking, whereas like the grunts in Halo are just silly.
Yeah, I think the enemy design in this is really pretty and really scary looking. The atmosphere they're going for, I think they've completely achieved. I think it looks great.
Yeah.
So, but let's go ahead and tune into E3 now because it's about 2 o'clock, and I think Gearbox is about to start their presentation. So we'll go ahead and tune in and see what's going on over there. What I see on screen is some people talking, but I think it's about...
They're talking about Tiny Tina.
Are they? Oh,
Yeah.
so this is then Gearbox has started. Okay, here we go.
Echo on it.
Let's go
Tiny
ahead
Tina
and
Wonderland. I want to
maximize
see
E3.
what they do with the mechanics
in
of
the corner.
Borderlands, and
And
add
let's
some new
watch.
flares in there. You know.
Of course,
That's
yeah.
what
I mean,
like
that's what it's based or inspired by, right? That DLC that everybody loved from Borderlands 2, which was Tiny Tina telling you a story.
Yeah.
So to have her,
narration,
right? And the fact that she's
Amazing.
the bunker master here, right? And
Yeah.
she's going to be telling you this D&D game. That sounds awesome. I want to be a part of that. I'm excited, of course, yes, for the movie because they've shown all the silhouettes for the team. Now let's see what the characters look like. But then also, I think we look past it all the time. The Gearbox publishes a lot of games.
Very true.
And so what they could possibly have up their sleeve, what surprises they could have for us today, that's a big part of this equation. Even though we immediately jump to Borderlands.
And when you talk Gearbox, you got to talk about Borderlands. I get it, but I'm excited for this one, Greg.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to wait any longer. Without further ado, let's turn things over to our friends at Gearbox Software.
Yeah, they actually did mention the movie. Did you know they were making a Borderlands movie?
I did not know that.
Yep. It's in production right now. Which could be really good. Could also be kind of garbage.
Like the Halo movie?
The Halo movie? Oh, I didn't watch that one.
It was actually a web series. They had a small budget.
Welcome to Gearbox
and then they
University,
put all the clips
where
together and turned it into a
minds
movie.
encounter compelling opportunities.
Yeah, I think I knew
At
about
Gearbox
that.
University,
I
our
just the
aim is to
graphics on it.
broaden your intellectual horizons and enrich your global perspective. Gearbox University was founded in 1999, just 15 years after this 80s orientation video was made. We offer numerous degrees across a multitude of fields, including sociopathology, supply chain management, and storytelling with a European-sounding accent. Gearbox University comprises 3 unique colleges that will place you on whichever path to success is right for you. At the College of Gearbox Software, we can shape you into the looting, shooting vault hunter you've always believed you could be. At the College of Gearbox Publishing, we offer advanced degrees in Norse mythology, projectile meteorology, or regular meteorology. You can even write your thesis on the deification of gravity. Finally, there's the College of whatever the hell else we're doing, with specialties in badass bunkernomics, history of magic, enlarged vehicle maneuvering, and yes, even Hollywood filmmaking. Did you hear we're making a Borderlands movie? It's true. Let's learn more about all the innovative opportunities you can find at Gearbox University.
I've always enjoyed Gearbox's
pioneering,
irreverent sense of
groundbreaking.
humor.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I really dig that.
Oh, those shots, no. Oh wait.
Hey everybody! If you don't
Oh, that
know
was
me,
real.
I'm
That wasn't a
Randy
game.
Pinchford.
Yep.
The founder of the Gearbox Entertainment Company and executive producer of the Borderlands franchise and all of the great games that we do at Gearbox. I am right now on the set of the Borderlands motion picture, in development, in production. We're shooting. This is a live soundstage, and I thought, since I'm here, wouldn't it be cool if I walk you around a little bit and show you some of the cool stuff that we're doing? Let me walk you this way. This is a live set. There's guys working
So,
on the movie right
Zach,
now
what kind
in
of
real time.
video games
We've been
movies,
everywhere.
video game
We've
movies
been
have you seen that you
in the caves,
either
in the
enjoyed or you
caustic
didn't
caverns.
Oh gosh. Well, there was Super Mario's Brothers from 1987 or something. I'm just
In
kidding.
the desert, in the sand quarries, we've been in the stone quarries, doing all kinds
let's
of amazing
see.
stuff. Actually, look, this is.
I
Let
don't-
me. Hey, Hey,
I
Eli,
don't
can I grab
know.
you for a second?
I don't know about
This
like
is Eli Roth, our
games
director.
that got turned into movies that I've seen. I really like Resident Evil.
Hey everybody.
Resident Evil?
Yeah, the Resident Evil
E3.
movies.
These are
They're
our
entertaining.
hammers.
They're fun.
And
They are.
You've got Edgar here.
They are. After the first one, though, after the second one, it's barely based on the game at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really did their own thing there.
Still waiting for a live action with Leon Kennedy.
Right, I feel like I've heard rumors about that,
Atlas for the
but I'm
first
not
time in
totally
this
sure.
story. I'm so stoked that you're here doing
Was he?
this.
Yeah.
This is gonna be
Very happy.
This is gonna be a
He was in one of the
blast.
animated movies,
Oh,
though.
thanks. You know,
Like-
look, I feel like we're just getting started.
What?
The whole
Was that
point
him
is to
stuck in the
interview
prison?
people, and
Yeah.
this movie
Okay,
that Eli's
yeah.
making,
No, we need
it's-
Leon
I mean,
like
it's
doing what
unbelievable.
Leon does.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Like
say what we're
classic
filming,
Leon.
but it's
Did you
lots
see
of blood,
Assassin's Creed?
Lots of guts. It's totally bonkers.
Actually-
It's also very Borderlands.
I couldn't get into it. I tried to watch Assassin's Creed twice and I fell asleep both times.
Let me show this.
Yeah, we can show that.
Fair
This
enough.
is,
I thought it was fine.
This is
It is
this is
okay. What
video
about
game fans will recognize this as
what
the
was
Infinity.
Tomb Raider?
It's a Vladoff Infinity.
Like the new Tomb Raider?
Yeah.
I actually
Well,
really
the
like the
app
new
ones
Tomb
that
Raider
actually,
with
this one is
I think it's
light,
Alicia
really
Vikander who
yeah,
plays
because I don't
Lara
wanna-
Croft.
I don't wanna smash
So
it.
I actually really liked her
Kids and
as Lara, and then the new Tomb Raider video games. I really enjoyed those.
Yeah,
Isn't it unbelievable how she's
the
brought
games have been good. I thought the movie was
I can't
pretty
wait for you to
good.
see,
Like,
Well,
I went back and actually
I
watched the
saw,
original Tomb Raider with was that Angelina
Jasmine
Jolie.
Apparel,
Yeah.
everything she's done. And
That
how
one's
fun
just
it was. I saw
fun.
how unbelievably
It's
funny
super
she was.
silly.
And I noticed that
It's pretty
She
fun.
brought out the great dramatic acting in Jack
Oh.
Black, and Jack brought
Detective
out the great
Pikachu.
comedy in Kate. She was so
I feel like
good.
it's
She wants to
barely
really,
a video game movie, but I
understand
think it
from the
is.
inside out, like, what are the powers? Where do they come
It's
from?
wild to watch
Sure.
her walk that road.
It's got Pikachu in
She's
it.
totally done it.
We want to make a real great science fiction movie. We don't want to make a
It
great
is. Although
video
Detective
game.
Pikachu itself is a
It's going to
game,
be a
isn't
great-
it?
What about
great
Pokemon,
sci-fi-
the
let's make a
first
great
movie?
sci-fi movie,
Nothing
period.
like the
And
movie.
it's
What
really
about,
cool.
like,
So for
Pokemon, the first
Borderlands
movie?
fans who,
It's not live
play
action,
the
but
video game,
I-
It's not.
if you have
Well,
people
yeah,
in
I
your
mean, the original
lives
Pokemon movies are
that have-
great.
that
Yeah.
you
Up
want
until
to introduce
WB
to
sold
Borderlands, but
itself.
aren't going to play the game with you.
I think
This
after
movie's
the
how you
fourth
do it.
movie
You
is when
bring
it
your
goes bad, or the
family,
fourth
your
movie is
loved
when
ones,
it
bring
starts
them to
going
the
bad.
movie.
I
We want
never
this
made it that
introduced
far.
them to
No,
Borderlands.
I saw Pokemon 2000 and I'm like,
Like
oh,
a
Lugia
gateway
looks
drug for
interesting.
Borderlands
And like,
fans.
that was
the
it.
thing is, the great thing about the game is there's so
Pokemon
much to
3
it
was great with
that,
Entei.
you know,
I
you're
like that.
telling 80 hours of story every time.
They've
and
had
people can live
they've
in
had
the
a
world.
lot of video
So we
game
have to
movies
create a different
for a while
experience.
now.
The
They've been
experience
trying
has
and
to be
trying
thrilling
and
in a
trying.
different way and exciting. Have
I
all
feel
the
like
things
none of them have
fans love.
really hit it
Easily the
off
best
yet.
cast
What,
I've ever
how many
worked with.
times
But, like,
has
just
there
a
been
world-class
a Final
cast of
Fantasy
actors that
VII
all
movie
came
though?
in just to come in and play, and
Or like a
everyone
movie
is
with
so
Cloud
Children
from
of
Final
the
Fantasy.
Advent?
Final Fantasy. I feel like there's been a lot of those with him, because a lot of people will argue that 7 was the best
I
story.
can't believe
They do.
watching Kevin
But it's people who haven't
go
played
full
6.
action star. I think he's really
That's
going
what
to
I would
surprise
say.
people. I think Kevin's over there.
But
And
yeah,
I
there's
know
been a lot of
Lisa
animated Final
is,
Fantasy
trying-
movies.
Lisa, our first
There was
guest.
also a Final
She's-
Fantasy.
You go to
What was the
Oregon.
live
All right,
action
come with
one?
me, guys. Come with me.
There was a
I'm gonna
live
see if I
action
can
one?
find
There
Ari
was the
and,
Spirits
one of the
Within.
producers, and
I think
Emmy,
it was from
the
early
odds are
2000s.
legendary. Hey, Ari.
Tyrion, pull up a photo of this.
Guys,
So
this
it's a
is,
really interesting
Emmy
photo, and
Ari
I
from
have
Arad Productions.
I think I've
Ari
seen it, but it would have been
has
when I
made
was a
whole bunch
kid,
of
which
awesome movies.
was a fair bit ago
You're
at
probably
this point.
familiar with
And I
Arad's
really don't
from Marvel,
remember
right?
much about it.
Because-
All I know is it was called Final Fantasy, Spirits Within, and it was interesting. I don't think it did super well,
Well,
but it was there.
yeah. I mean, I know. Oh, here's another one. I never watched it, but you did. The World of Warcraft movie.
Yes, that one was kind of garbage. I normally I can usually be entertained by anything, but that was pretty garbage. Like
For
it just,
some of the parts that I did see of it, though, I was surprised that they did it from the viewpoint of the Horde.
yeah, they were trying to make them empathetic. You know, it was fine.
Look, nice orc, bad human.
Yeah, so they're still going through the Borderlands movie right now. They're just talking to people.
So up on the stream
Feel
right
like
now, we have a picture of the
kind of
Spirits
interesting.
Within movie you were talking about.
Yeah, so Spirits Within. It's coming up on the.
It was CGI. It was
So-
not live action.
None of it was live action.
No, it was
Oh.
CGI. They tried to
create a CGI actress that was going to like be in a bunch of movies the studio was going to make. But it bombed so bad it killed the studio.
Interesting. I remember that it looked fairly realistic. Because I just remember this, like, the girl with a water spirit, like, a face looking at her.
A lot of things do when you're a little kid.
I mean, it's true. And even back then, when they spent the time on it, you could really make some CGI look pretty
But the real
realistic.
question is, will we ever get a Legend of Zelda movie?
And we're psyched, and it's really.
I remember an
worth
April
it,
Fool's
you know,
trailer that came out in 2009 that got me all hyped until I realized what day it was.
Oh. Man, I feel like there's something coming out with that, isn't there?
I mean, the hard part with that is Link never talks.
Link doesn't talk.
So how would you do a movie where the protagonist says absolutely nothing? It could be a pretty interesting thing. There's been weirder movies made.
There have. Yeah. I don't know. I definitely thought I heard something about it once. But
what are your favorite video game movies? Let us know.
Yeah, so we definitely didn't hit them all. So if you have anything that you thought was actually good, let me know. So the question of the hour, since apparently all Gearbox wants to talk about is their upcoming movie at E3, they're just going to talk about the movie.
Lots of movies at E3 this year.
Yeah, lots of movies at E3. I don't... Okay, so what's your favorite video game movie? And what is the worst video game movie you've ever seen?
Tron. No.
Oh, Tron was great. Did you see the new one?
That's what I was going to ask. You're talking about Neutron or original
Neutron. I have not seen the old one.
You can contribute to
Neutron was great.
research studying the human gut
That's what I'm gonna
microbiome.
say. Okay, it looks like we're finally starting to see something not Borderlands movie. So let's go ahead and take a look at this and see
to real-world
if there's anything
scientific
interesting
research
coming
that
up
helps
from
real
Gearbox.
people. You'll be directly helping our scientists organize and compare this doo-doo.
I'm the conductor of the poop train!
Oh.
With Borderlands
I've been the
Science,
conductor of
you
that train
too
after I
can
eat
be the
Chipotle.
conductor of the poop train.
I'm
And
just kidding.
while you'll reap in-game rewards when you play, the real reward is knowing that you're making the world a better place. Gearbox University. We're not even charging tuition for this.
The Homeworld game started in the
Homeworld
mid-90s. It would be the first ever truly 3D RTS.
Really? I did not know that. My first RTS was Age of Empires 2.
So that was a big deal in, the late 90s.
Trying to get us on the same page. Look at this. I never played Homeworld. Sounds interesting enough, though. Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
Fate.
I really like
It soars on the wind.
the kind of cel-shaded,
rises
artistic
from the
look
grave. It
that
stalks
Gearbox
the
is known
ocean
for.
You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here it is.
Go, unicorn, go.
Okay, so we saw this earlier today.
Yeah.
So they released the trailer during Games Fest, and now we should be seeing more of it.
I feel like Skyrim has ruined dragons for me because now all I see is Alduin.
Quick question. We're not talking about
I know.
yet, right?
It's been a long time.
My favorite. Hi, I'm Kayla Belmore, and I'm senior producer on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
So what's really unique about Wonderlands is it's a looter shooter, which is pretty classic for Gearbox software. But for the first time ever, we're setting it in a brand new
So I wasn't totally off when I
fantasy
said it looked kind of like
environment.
Alice in Wonderland.
Even
I
though
think
it's
they're doing
inspired by
something
some
very
of,
similar to that.
the content we've made before with Assault on Dragon's Keep, a fan favorite.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
It's a completely standalone plot, new set of characters with some nods to the past, but if you've never played a Borderlands game before, you can absolutely jump right in and enjoy it just as much.
I've never
Yeah,
played a Borderlands
standalone.
game before. Fire dragons.
We're absolutely excited to talk about all of our new enemy types. So that is one of our wyvern enemies. You will
Wyvern.
absolutely
Is it
be
wyvern
fighting
or
them.
riven?
They're not your average
I always
wyvern.
thought it was wyvern.
So of course
Wyvern?
we've got
Yeah.
goblins. Definitely can't have a
Is
fantasy
it
game
wyvern?
without
I mean,
goblins.
that's
but
what she just
again,
said.
We like to
If you
make
guys
them
know the
our
answer,
own.
let us know.
Thank you so much, everybody. I hope that you are as stoked
Wait,
as
is
we
that
are about Tiny
all
Tina's
they're gonna tell us
Wonderlands.
about it?
Follow us on our social channels to find out the latest and greatest news. Enjoy the rest of the show.
It's just fantasy
This
Borderlands.
franchise has been around for so
But
long.
I figured they'd show and talk about it a little more than nothing.
Maybe they don't have enough to talk about.
They must not have enough. Did they say
Here we are
2022 as
years
well?
later,
I think so.
and we keep looking at like, well,
Huh.
Homeworld 3, this has to happen.
Because if they incorporated swords to, that would be fun. To Wonderlands, because it looked like they were gonna have some melee stuff in there.
The giants have come to Midgard, and you have been chosen by the gods to protect this realm. But your first task is to find some new clothes that aren't as drafty. Your tribe's journey starts in the wilderness. Hunt down pets, gather rare resources, and explore the
Wait, so is this
untamed
Homeworld or
world.
is this something else?
I think it's just Homeworld.
Once you've plundered
no,
all you can carry,
Homeworld was a
return
space
to
game.
your
That's right.
village and use those resources to
They just
forge
keep bringing up
Viking
Homeworld.
gear. You must protect the seed of Yggdrasil at all costs,
I
or
don't know
this
why, but-
world and everything in it will be destroyed forever. So take
Midgard?
heed.
Okay.
Ahead
me of
things
RuneScape
rise
for
when the
some
sun sets.
Yeah.
Destroy these dark
can see
spirits
that.
before they destroy the seed. Each victorious knight makes way for a new day to venture into
What looks really
new
interesting
lands,
about this
big
is
to
the
greater heights,
player count.
and face fiercer
It looks like
creatures.
they've got 8.
And with great risk comes great rewards. But be careful. You're of little use to Midgard squashed by a troll. Craft legendary weapons.
Yep.
Build deadly defenses. And grow the strength of your tribe, because those giants are on their way.
This Attack on Titan right here.
And it's time for us to end their path of destruction. Let's show them our might is
Jeez.
greater than their height.
Those things are huge.
Oh, don't want to fight her.
As the
or
saying
that.
goes, Valhalla! Can't
Tribes of
wait!
Midgard. Okay, so what do they mean by tribes there? Because if those are actual players that you're all gathering together, and you've got like an instance where you can invite your friends and you play together and you build a town, that sounds
Hello
legit.
everyone,
Yeah.
my name
Like
is
that would be
Remo
something
Roda.
I
I'm
could
the creative
totally get
director
behind.
At Northville. We're just under 2 months away from finally launching
10-player
our upcoming
co-op.
10-player co-op action RPG, Tribes of Midgard, and deliver it to you
Yeah.
on July 27th.
Yeah, that
on
actually
PS5,
sounds legit.
PS4, and Steam. In Tribes of Midgard, you play as an Einarjar, a glorious Viking hero that's been returned to Midgard in order to protect the seed of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Every time you start a new run, you would want to go out and explore this new world, gather some resources, fight enemies, and return to your village in order to craft better equipment and tools to help you survive. You can also upgrade and fortify your village, because each night, creatures from hell will
Wait.
emerge from the depth
Oh,
to
wow.
attack.
Is it called Hell?
Make it through the
in
night to go back out
Norse
to raid
mythology?
enemy camps, dwell in caves,
Okay.
take part in events, go on quests, build anywhere, and of course, loot countless items to gain experience and level up your Viking.
Ooh.
We now have 8 classes in the game, each with their own abilities,
I like his shirt.
specificities, and playstyle. As you
I
can
noticed he's
experience,
also got a
you level
baby
up to
Groot.
unlock even more skills,
8
which
is a
can
lot.
then combine with dozens of runes for over-the-top
that looks cool.
results. But those nightly creatures aren't even your biggest threat. You must get ready and prepare for your biggest challenge, and I mean biggest challenge to date. Every couple of days, a giant will emerge and walk towards your village with the intent of destroying
That
the
would
Yggdrasil.
suck.
You must stop it and take it down,
So-
whatever the cost. Otherwise,
So what if
it's
you're
game
the only one online?
you can of course play Tribes of Midgard completely on your own, but we highly recommend that you bring along 9 friends to thrive
Now,
together.
They said
we
it
cannot wait to share more
like each
information
time you
about
start,
this
which means you probably
ever-growing
start
epic saga
over and over
in the
again.
weeks to come. In the meantime, you can already pre-order the game right now to earn exclusive items and be among the first to defend
July
Midgard
27th, okay.
against Ragnarok. because as they say, Valhalla can wait.
Wait, what? No.
Thanks for watching.
What?
Cecil.
At Gearbox University, it's not all
yeah, that's what I
textbooks
heard.
and calculators.
They did not say
Sometimes we
PSP.
like to kick back and
Well,
have
I
a
didn't hear
little
that part. I
fun.
did hear PS5
A good
and
sense
Steam.
of humor is of vital
Hold on.
importance if you
I don't
want to
believe you.
succeed
There's no
in these
Xbox
halls.
release?
Here's a
No,
list
I did
of
not hear
sensible
Xbox in
wisecracks
that.
you might hear when you're exploring our campus. Why did
Hold
the
on.
tribe of Midgard cross the
I-
road? To get to the Othor
That was
side.
stupid.
Knock,
What?
knock. Who is there? The commando.
That's
the commando who?
dumb.
I don't know. What are you axing me for?
Wow.
Welcome to
We
the
all have Steam,
Homeworld
though.
Diner. Our special
mean-
today is the dessert of carrot. Help! I've Godfallen.
That is
and I
super
can't
dumb.
get
Okay.
up.
Tribes of
Claptrap,
Midgard looks
Tiny
awesome,
Tina, and Mad Moxie walk
except
into
that
a
it's
bar.
not on
Wait,
Xbox.
I think Moxie
What the
owns
heck?
bar.
So it's
why
it's,
would
and
she
it's
be
not a
walking
PlayStation
in?
exclusive
She'd
because it's
already
on
be
Steam.
there. And is Tiny
So it's a
Tina old enough
console
to drink?
exclusive
Maybe
for
it doesn't
Sony,
matter the
but
space. Also, what's the
dang, that
punchline?
sucks.
And how is
It probably
Claptrap
means
walking
it's
in?
exclusive
I
for
want
like
to say he
180
comes
days.
as a
That's
unifier.
typically the
Okay, we'll
time
work on this
frame.
before we submit to E3. Gearbox
Ah.
University. Our comedy school
But
is
that
a
looks sweet.
2-year degree.
That looks. I think that just took one of my top 10 spots right there. Tribes of Midgard.
8 classes though, like
8 classes for 10 players. That makes sense.
The war is over.
Now, have you seen Godfall? Godfall.
don't think so.
It's kind of like Diablo. It's much prettier. Wait, no, not like Diablo. Wait, it's not a. It's an action RPG, but it's not like mobs necessarily.
Our duty is to carry the burden of war.
Or just savor the victory.
Kind of like Monster Hunter. So you got different weapons which have different abilities, and you go through and you upgrade and you get loot from the monsters you kill.
When death is the end of our fun.
But it's a live service,
Reached reality.
forever kind of game.
It is time, my champion.
It's a very gorgeous game, especially like if you can play it with ray tracing and 4K. Like, it's absolutely beautiful.
We both know how this is going to end. Time for your madness to end, brother. I was never just your brother. I am your god.
That guy definitely thinks very highly of himself.
Well, again, no Xbox. Although that one's on Epic Game Store instead of Steam.
Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dick Kane, and I'm the senior technical
I don't
producer
know.
at
This
Counterplay.
guy's got a lot of
Games.
Funko Pop.
First and foremost, on behalf of everyone at CPG and
It's
Gearbox
Funko
Away,
Pop, right?
I want to thank you for being part of Godfall's journey up until this point.
And hey, I think
It's
we've got.
crazy to think that Godfall just
Yeah,
launched
yeah.
November of last year.
I think we have the
Our
same
developers
microphone
have
as
been
him.
hard at work ever
Nice.
since. In fact, this past February, we launched the massive Primal update, which included new content such as additional rooms in Tower of Trials, Primal gear, Ascension levels, and much, much more. But I'm excited to announce today that on August 10th, we will be launching Godfall on the PlayStation 4. Not only that, but owning Godfall on
this
the
is-
PS4 entitles you to a free PS5 upgrade, and we will support cross-gen play, so
Okay,
PS4
that's cool.
and PS5 users can seamlessly
PS4,
co-op
PS5 players playing together
if
makes a
you've
lot
been
of sense.
struggling in the Ascended
That
Tower of
should be
Trials,
enabled on
don't
every
worry.
single
We're
game that
adding
they put out for
matchmaking.
both of them.
But really,
like that's just
matchmaking and the
common
PS4
sense right there.
edition Are just the tip of the iceberg because
Free
we are
upgrade.
so excited
That's
to launch
I think
our
a
first
huge
ever
win
expansion,
just in
which
general.
we've
Again, that should be a
entitled Fire
common
and
thing.
Darkness. Fire and Darkness will
It's
take
not,
players into
but
the
it
Fire
should
realm
be.
for the first time ever, where they'll be met with new challenges, enemies,
Now,
bosses,
I am very
trophies,
curious to see
cosmetics,
how
and
well it
so
runs on
much
PS4.
more. But
Because
alongside Fire and
I mean, you can
Darkness,
tell just by looking
we're
at this
also
game that it's a
releasing
beautiful
free
game.
content
And there's a
update, which
lot
we're
of
calling the
things going
Lightbringer
on.
There's a
update.
lot.
The main component of the
And
Lightbringer update is
I don't know
a
how
new
closely
endgame
you
mode,
followed
which
Cyberpunk
we're calling
2077
Lightbringer.
launch,
In
but that
Lightbringer,
game was an
players will fight off the
absolute
darkness that threatens
dumpster
appearing
fire.
on and be rewarded with a new
And that's
loot
because
type.
it did not play
First
on Xbox
First loot
One
will challenge
and
the player
PS4.
to complete particular objectives
basically
in order to lift the curse
ruined,
and awaken them.
Did it just lag a whole lot?
Basically,
No,
if you
like
got
it was
Primal
essentially
Gear
unplayable. Like
you
you were
ain't
getting
seen
like
nothing
15
yet.
FPS on it.
And then of course we want to make fashion the
And
forefront
so
of Godfall.
Microsoft and
So we
Sony
have
actually
added
took
a
it down from their
huge library of
stores because it
cosmetics
was
to
so
both the
bad,
Lightbringer
and they had to
update
figure out a way to
and
do
the
refunds.
expansion alike,
Wow.
all of which can be
So
unlocked
I kind of
by
doubt it's going to be that
completing objectives
much
in
of a
the
mess.
Thank you so much for your time
But
today.
I
It
would
is
I
an
would
honor
expect
to
this game to be
speaking here,
running at
and I hope you
30
enjoy the rest
FPS.
of your E3.
So,
There's a
which is fine if all you have is a
really
PS4 and you want
tone
to play it.
and vibe and
I'm glad they
feel
have
to
it out there.
Homeworld that hasn't been
Are we on
created
Homeworld
since.
now?
They have showed this beginning thing like 4 times now. Are we actually talking about Homeworld yet?
It's not a prequel. It's not a remaster.
Yep.
It is Homeworld
Alright.
3. It is the next Homeworld.
Okay.
Now we're on Homeworld.
No, I think we're done with Homeworld.
Okay, now
Is
we're
that
not
it?
on Homeworld.
Homeworld 3 is in production, guys. Woo!
Wow,
We're
that
glad you've
was
chosen
like
Gearbox
even
University
less
for your
footage
higher
than Elder
education
Scrolls 6.
endeavors. As you engage in your academic pursuits, don't
But
forget
Elder
to
Scrolls
try
6
out our
was stretched
extracurricular
out
activities.
to be longer.
Show off your Shutterbuck
By, like,
talents in
2
the
more
photography
seconds.
club. Make
And all it
lasting
was look at
connections
this
in our chapter
landscape.
houses. Or if you're a boring person, you can always
Oh.
try out for the debate team. We also
think
have sporting events, but try not
Bethesda
to party
is
too
speaking
hard at the
tomorrow,
homecoming
though.
game,
Or like there's a
or you'll
Bethesda
end
something
up
coming out
looking
tomorrow, so I
like
wonder
this.
if they'll make any mention of that.
Of what?
Of Elder Scrolls 6. Because
Oh.
Bethesda's
Follow
on
us
the schedule for
social media,
tomorrow.
where you'll occasionally find
Well, you know
free
Bethesda's
shift
owned by
codes, as well
Microsoft
as
now.
news and
Yes.
announcements about our
So,
latest
and Microsoft
scholastic
has their own
offerings.
E3
Gearbox
conference.
University.
So I'm
that's right.
really curious to
your
see how
future.
Microsoft
Because thinking for
differentiates
yourself is
itself
hard.
from Bethesda, because if they just repeat themselves, that would
Now,
be dumb.
go buy all our games.
But Microsoft and Xbox is just, they have
We're
quite a
back.
few companies on
I
here.
hope you guys had an awesome presentation from all the
Bethesda's-
Gearbox games in development
We're
and
back to the
Gearbox
movie.
publishing products coming.
Wait.
Listen, I'm
Okay.
standing outside.
Kevin Hart's in this movie?
Kevin
At least
Hart's
this is a
trailer
different
door.
thing than
I'm
I was
just gonna.
replaying it. I thought
You guys
we
want to
were
meet him?
for a second.
I think he wants to meet you guys. Let's see if he opens. Hey Kevin, you got a minute? Borderlands fans.
He's from a
meet
board
Kevin
game
Hart.
movie.
How you guys
Jumanji.
doing, man?
Okay, Jumanji
It was actually a lot of fun.
was great.
Pretty
Yeah.
pumped up right now to meet you
The
guys.
new, the
Wendy
second
should
one
tell
was
him actually
fine.
how big I
The
am.
first one was great.
It's a great
Well, I'm
opportunity.
Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle? Or
Yeah.
that was the second one?
Yeah, they can get a good
Maybe that
grasp
was, I don't know. I
of
haven't
how
seen the
much
second
height I
one.
put on for this
I've only
show.
seen the first
The
one.
first one was so good.
Dude,
That's
you're
it was not a
freaking
video game.
awesome. Like,
No.
It was a board.
Like, you
well,
don't understand.
It
Like,
could be
you're
a video
no,
game.
Jumanji.
Thank
That
you,
was
man.
it was a movie
amazing
first.
one.
It got turned into a
You're
board
blowing
game.
my mind.
And then
I'm
in the
going
new
to
movie, it was a
say,
video
I'll
game.
one-up
Yeah,
you. I'll
but that's
say
not a video
it's
game
amazing
movie.
for me to have the
But that is a great
opportunity
movie,
to
though.
portray the character of Roland, of course, who you're very familiar with, because this is your creation. I think the biggest and best thing is the surprise that you guys are going to be in for. Because you got no idea what I'm doing or how I'm doing or why I'm doing it. You got no idea the level that I came in at. You got no idea how much preparation I decided to put into this particular character in this role. You got no idea. You got no idea. You don't even know what's under this jacket.
OMG! It's metal!
You got no idea.
I like Kevin Hart.
Yeah,
My
he's great.
job
He's
is
pretty
to
funny.
come in, not only be prepared, but to shock. And I think right now this is what we're doing.
We are doing it. I've seen some pretty like
It's intense.
it's no one's ever seen you like this before.
No, I can honestly say, man, Eli is doing such a
Is he
phenomenal
really?
job.
Oh my gosh.
He's got
And
records.
it's also fun to work
Okay.
with. Like, he's working his ass off.
And
Like,
Jack Black
everyone's
was
working
also
their
in
ass off.
Jumanji.
Absolutely. You got an amazing cast.
I feel like that's a pretty good fit.
Kate, Jamie.
His character in
Ariana,
Jumanji was
myself,
hilarious.
Flo, our director Eli, Jack Black. You put an amazing group of people together. So shouts out to you, your team at Gearbox. Shouts out to Lionsgate, for seeing that this is something that could be phenomenal.
From
Shouts
the
out to
very,
the world of Pandora.
very
knows.
little we've seen of it, it looks cool, but that means absolutely nothing.
that you
They
guys
can get the
know
silhouettes
this
right.
world. I promise you, you're
Cool.
going to be.
I'll
in
believe
complete
a little
awe
more when I
you
see the
how
actual
real
trailer.
we have made it become from a place of visual.
They've got a lot of
You're
material.
going
As
to
far as
believe
games
that you're in
go,
this place with
I
us.
would say
So,
Borderlands is one of the more entertaining to watch with a story that plays out like a video game. You could so easily turn Borderlands into a movie.
I'll see you later. Got a weight room in here.
All you have to do is just do it right. Like the story's already there. Just do it right.
So I feel about the Final Fantasy games.
Holy crap,
and
you guys.
they did turn them into movies.
I can't wait for you to see this movie.
But they all
It won't be
usually
long,
just
but,
revolve around
we still
stuff.
got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
We're a little bit more than halfway done with production. And but you know what? Back at
But
home
they
at
are really
Gearbox,
shoving this
all the
movie.
great people that created
Yeah.
this universe that I'm here representing on behalf of all
Is
the
this
talent
first
at Gearbox.
movie that
We're
they've
hard at
made
work
or
making
that they
new
are
stuff.
making? So maybe that's why they're really pushing it.
check
Because
this
if this
out,
fails, they'll
and I'll
probably
see you
never do
guys
it
soon.
again.
Yeah.
Cheers, everybody.
And if they've got Wonderlands, like Gearbox is putting a lot of eggs in one basket for Borderlands to succeed. Like they've got the Midas game or Midgard.
Yeah.
But they've got a new Borderlands game coming out, a Borderlands movie coming out, and Borderlands DLC for Borderlands 3. Because they're still actually working on that game, trying to make it playable.
Well, I mean, is this their most? This is their most like successful franchise, right?
Oh yeah. They've done a lot, but Borderlands is by far what they're known for.
I need one of those.
One of the clap traps. For the most part, I enjoy Gearbox. I like them.
That song was awesome too. Like I really like the flow on that.
Well, I think that wrapped up Gearbox's showcase. Yep, there it is.
And the Gearbox presentation is a wrap, and my goodness, I have so many thoughts. Oh, what are you doing? You smiling at the camera?
It's like, you get.
Tiny Tina.
I want more!
Come on.
I want more!
I thought.
Yeah, I thought we'd see a lot
for
more
sure
Tiny Tina.
we
That
would
was super
get- we already
disappointing.
got the Tiny
Like,
Tina
I'm not
shirt.
that
That'd be a
invested
little
in the game
bit, right?
itself,
You did it.
but they showed us
Obviously,
absolutely
it's not
nothing,
somebody
which is
making the game.
kind
It's
of
always
dumb.
great. and
They
it's
showed us
awesome
an
to have the
awesome
spotlight, but I
unicorn.
wish we could have seen
But that was
more
already in there.
of that.
They just showed that to us a couple days
We know
ago.
Wanda
Okay,
Sykes
that's
is in the
true.
game. We know Will Arnett's in the game. I would love to have seen their characters, hear a little bit from it, right? Do something like that.
Yeah.
They're just holding
Yeah,
on.
that's
I know
okay.
they are. Well,
But
early
I'm here for it
early
still.
Alright.
2022, they got plenty of time to do all this, like the drip feed of information as we lead up to it.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the cast, though. Will Arnett.
Tribes of
oh my God,
Midgard
villain
looks great.
dragon
Let's
lord,
actually
so
go
I'm
back.
like, I mean, can
Tyrion,
he
see if
give
you can
him
find
some
that
Jack
trailer.
Ryan
Let's
for
throw
his
that up
money?
again.
If anyone
Yeah.
could,
Personally, I'm much more interested in Tribes of Midgard than Tiny Tina or... Yeah, so it looks like the things they put out was the Borderlands movie, Homeworld 3, Tribes of Midgard, Godfall, and Tiny Tina. So I'm looking at the E3 poll, and I mean, we're seeing Tiny Tina is what most people are excited about, which is definitely not how we're feeling. Tribes of Midgard looks so much cooler. I'm curious to see how they are implementing this chat as well. I wonder if you just say it inside of here.
I'm excited to show you a closer look at our upcoming game, Tribes of Midgard, coming to the PlayStation 5 in
I'm
2021.
surprised Homeworld isn't last.
Tribes of Midgard
Oh wait, it
is
is
a
last.
co-op
Wait,
survival
no, it's not.
action RPG game. We've designed
nice. So
a
we've got another
beautiful
trailer
world
for
bursting with
Tribes
life,
of Midgard
and we
coming out. Let's
can't
check
wait
this
for
out.
you to discover it. Keeping the seed of Yggdrasil alive is the key to your survival. Every night, hell things emerge from the wilds and attack your village, threatening the seed. These attacks grow more challenging as Ragnarok, the end of the world, draws closer. Create your own Viking to defend against Ragnarok, or form a tribe of up to 10 players to take on the end of the world together. When you explore, you gather resources that you'll use to craft everything from weapons and armor to potions and your village's defenses.
10-player co-op. I think that's really
You can even open up new areas of the map
It's
by
a
constructing
micro
ramps
MMO?
and bridges. You can deconstruct in a pinch too.
with the tower defense.
Each world is procedurally generated, so you'll always find something new to do. Midgard is
I
a
would make
rough
so
and
many
tumble
fake
place.
bridges.
You always have to be ready to fight. You'll level up as you gain experience, earning new abilities to take on even tougher foes. Your enemies drop souls that you feed to the seed of Yggdrasil. That's right. The tree drinks souls. But of all the
Yeah, I think
challenges you'll
that's one of the
face,
coolest
we've
things
saved the
about a game
best
like this,
and
is
the
it
biggest
allows
for last.
for a large variety of playstyles. So, my 7-year-old might not want to go out and fight.
You never know when a giant
Might
will
just
attack
wanna
your
stay back
village.
and build
You're
and
no
craft.
match if
She
you're
can do that,
unprepared.
and I can go out.
But if you've
and
spent
fight,
your time
come back and
wisely,
grab what she's made,
accumulated gear, and built up your
and
defenses, you've got a shot.
Everyone gets to enjoy the same game together.
Though, you might want to call a few friends, just to be safe. When giants fall, they drop a bunch of rare loot, including the ingredients you'll need to make the most powerful items in the game. But that was just the first giant. I hope you've enjoyed your visit to Midgard. We'll have way more to show you as 2021 approaches. Thanks for watching.
PlayStation.
Okay, which giant drops Mjolnir? Or Mjolnir +1, you know.
Yeah, I kind of doubt either of them, though. So, let's check this out. I'm going to actually go to their website and see, because... Okay, Zach, how would you rate that Gearbox E3?
Like, for what, like, least to best or something?
Well, just like, as a press conference, how was Gearbox's E3 show?
Not that great. Not that great, because they really were pushing hard on the movie, and it's like, yes, they want it to be successful, but the people watching E3 were more wanting to see games. Which is why when they had the poll up, I was surprised that the movie was like 2% ahead of a different one. I can't remember what it was. I think it was probably Homeland.
Homeworld?
Or Homeworld.
That's because they didn't show anything about Homeworld. You watch through that, they mention it 4 different times, and all they say is,
I guess
hey,
so,
we're
yeah.
working on Homeworld.
It
Hey,
really
guys.
looked like they didn't have a lot to show.
They had nothing to show for it, except a ship logo, and...
Well, I mean, even just like the whole studio didn't seem like they had a lot to show for anything.
Just like Elder Scrolls 6.
You are not going to let that go.
I am not. I've been so disappointed in that for ever since it was revealed.
I mean, that's
like,
fair.
because they hyped it all up. We're gonna have you take a first look at Elder Scrolls 6. You're like, really?
Tyrion, bring up tribesofmidgard.com. What we've got here, they actually got a pretty detailed breakdown on the game itself, which I think is really cool. So I'm looking at this. So one of the classes is Ranger, Guardian, Warrior, Warden, Hunter, Sentinel, Berserker, Seer, and then back to Ranger. So those are the 8 different classes you've got. Yeah. I am super excited for this game. It comes out in 44 days and 2 hours. Let's see. Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering. So Tribes of Midgard is not a $60 game. It didn't look like it was to me. It's actually only $20.
Oh, nice.
So it's not bad.
Yeah.
$19.99 on Steam, or the deluxe edition for $30. So that's because this is like, it's kind of like a cyclical game. So I imagine each session you play through is 45 minutes to an hour and a half, where you get in there, you got to actually have all the people you want to play with all at once, and then you play through one session, where you start as a Viking, you go through, you beat people up, you gain, and then you see if you can survive.
This seems like it would be a really fun game to replace our Among Us nights we used to have.
Oh, yeah.
I completely agree with you. Yeah. It'd be trickier because everyone would have to have a computer. Among Us is just so easy to do on
true.
phone and tablet. But this could be a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, and 10 players is like great. Like it's a great number.
Hey, thanks for 14-bit Ashes. I appreciate that. And I mean, E3 so far, there's been a couple of games. I think we've seen 10 game trailers so far, and yeah, I kind of agree with you. For the most part, it's been a little disappointing, but it's also the first day.
Mm-hmm.
And if I look at the schedule, I mean, if I'm actually excited for anything, it's going to be the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. It's going to be Square Enix.
Yeah, for sure, and that's tomorrow.
And then Nintendo.
Bethesda and Square Enix, I think, are both tomorrow, right?
Yeah, they're at 10. So it's actually together. Xbox and Bethesda's at 10.
Nice.
So I am most excited probably for Sunday's show. I think it's going to be significantly better than today's, which is fine. I mean, sometimes you start strong and sometimes you don't. But Tribes of Midgard and Rainbow Six Extraction and Dark Alliance.
Dark Alliance.
Which we haven't actually seen on here. That was in Games Fest.
Yeah, was that the D&D one?
That was the D&D one.
That one looked awesome.
Dark
Alliance.
Alliance.
And kind of silly, but Evil Dead.
Evil Dead looks
Evil
like
Dead
it could be
looked
fun. Now, I don't know who's publishing Dark Alliance, so I don't know if we'll see anything more about that. I mean, it comes out in like 4 days, so I don't... It comes out in 10 days, so I don't think we're going to see a lot about it right now.
Mark your calendars, because it's going to be fun.
Nice thing is that game's only $40 too. Only $40. So it's not a full $60 game either.
That is really nice.
That's very interesting.
What I'm hoping is that neither of these like co-op multiplayer, let's go fight a boss thing is gonna be like Dungeon Defenders 2. I'm hoping it's not gonna be like that.
Not an absolute.
Where it's like, here's all this great stuff. By the way, you're gonna lag. You're gonna get disconnected.
You're gonna have to microtransact your way into every single level.
Yep.
Yep.
Or you just grind.
Yeah.
Which takes a long time.
It does. It's stupid. So. Alright, if we look back at E3, anything happening in there?
No, just commentary.
Just commentary?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So you're watching it, you'll let us know if anything actually happens?
Yep, I'm keeping an eye on it.
I think there's supposed to be something at 2:45, so in about 4 minutes. There's a Games Beat session.
Games Beat session.
What do you think that is?
No idea.
Yeah, I don't either. I guess we'll see.
Might have something to do with music. I don't know. Maybe it's about Just Dance 2022. You know?
Yeah, we can see more of that because we actually bought when we got our Switch. We bought Just Dance, and I think it was played twice. So that wasn't too promising.
E3, I'm gonna switch you over.
All right, we're jumping back to the E3 stream. It looks like something's finally happening.
Binge. What is Binge?
Oh, hey, it's an ad for probably gamesindustry.biz.
Okay. I kind of jumped the gun on that one.
So if you want to get into the games industry, hey, take a look at how you can do that right here.
Yeah.
30 days. The book is $30. You get 30 days of great tools and actually building a game that you can add to your portfolio, and then you can start showing that off and getting into the games industry. So that's what I would say.
It is a great beginner book for people who have absolutely zero experience with coding, and it teaches you all the fundamentals.
Yep. Yeah, it does. All right, so it kind of looks like it's just ads right now.
Yeah, it's just ads right
It's
now.
just ads. Okay, cool. So let's jump out of the E3 stream. Maybe put it in the corner to see if anything actually does come up that's interesting.
Oh,
but
you've been out of the E3 stream for a minute, Aaron.
wow, I knew that. I was just testing you guys. All right. So, yeah, I mean, unless something else comes up, I'm pretty happy with wrapping it up pretty soon. What about you, Zach? What do you see?
I think so. I'm still curious as to what Game Beats is, but...
Well, so far it's ads. What are you still watching it right there?
I mean, I have it playing, but I don't have the sound on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot, but just so everyone knows, we're going to be here tomorrow, which is Sunday. We're going to be here Monday, and we'll be here for a good bit of Tuesday as well. So Tyrion, throw up the schedule, the E3 schedule, just in general, to see what's coming up, so everyone knows. If you have any questions or comments, throw them in there now. We can get to them. I'm looking at 14-Bit Ashes is still throwing some comments up there. So he says, they say, Bethesda has Starfield to look forward to. Nintendo could be anything from Breath. Yeah. So Starfield, I know very, very little about.
Okay. On E3, they're talking about GamesBeat now. It looks like it got cut.
Oh. It looks like GamesBeat got cut from E3?
Yes, it looks like there was a person involved who was not up to E3 standards.
That sounds scandalous. If anyone finds out more details on that, feel free to throw that in the chat.
Looks like there's something up there, but I don't think it's something we need to be looking into. So.
Cool. So, yeah, Starfield I know very little about. I've heard the name, and I think it sounds pretty interesting. Square Enix, if I'm remembering correctly, they have a pretty interesting looking RPG coming out that they will hopefully talk on more. Octopath Traveler just came out on Game Pass. I think it was a Nintendo Switch exclusive for a while. That game is really, really great. It's like a classic 2D, but it's got like I'm trying to remember the word. It's got a really pretty perspective where the background shift as you move around, and it's really, really cool. Yeah, like I said, I'm excited for tomorrow's E3 press conference a lot more than today. I think today was a warm up.
Yep.
It was a warm up for us. It was a warm up for them. They put kind of their weaker stuff at the beginning.
They also had some technical difficulties as well.
They had a lot of technical difficulties. We had less technical difficulties than they did, which I think is saying something. You got to hear us order lunch, but I mean, that's fun.
That's true.
So, yeah, I think that's it. So we'll be back tomorrow. The schedule, go ahead and throw that up, Tyrion. We'll be back probably around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Pacific Standard Time. There's a pre-show on E3, but their pre-show is like ads and junk. Nothing very interesting. There's not a whole lot more that I can think of to say right now because all the stuff I want to talk about is happening tomorrow. But if I think of anything, then we'll talk about that tomorrow and let you guys know. Any final words?
No final words here other than enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Yeah. Go to letslearnthistogether.com. Check out the book. Check out the courses if you want to become a game developer.
We've got an amazing summer special going on right now.
Yep.
You
Check that out.
You buy the bundle where you get all 3 courses in one, and we'll throw the book in for absolutely free.
Throw it in just for free.
Yes. Right through that camera.
Yep. So, check it out, and